Hello and well met, adventurers! We're back once more this week with the Goldshine Investigations agency. Well, not anymore, because we are no longer part of the Goldshine Investigation Agency. But before we get to the game details, my name is Graham, or Graham Crackers. If this is your first time tuning in, it is a pleasure to meet you. Here on the channel, we are all about making memories with friends, whether those are through TTRPGs, role-playing games, video games, or just silly, goofy hangouts. That's all what it's about, is making memories. Tonight, we are once more resuming our wonderful, wonderful Friday campaign, DM'd by Anonymous. But before we get to that, I'm joined by some wonderful friends that, while they are so famous that they need no introduction because they are so stellar and spectacular, I would like to know three things from each of them. Who are they? Who are they playing? And maybe a little bit about them. So I guess I'll go first. Hello, everyone. Again, I'm Graham, or Graham Crackers. I am playing Gaheris Nervos Blackmont, the Oath of Conquest Tiefling Paladin Bard. Yeah, I'm Bard now. Bet you didn't see that coming. But I enjoy TTRPGs, and I've been playing since I was about 8 years old. That's my fun fact about me. But I will pass it off to some wonderful people, and I'll get some nice little music going in the background while we go.
Is the music ready for me?
No. I had to go into the tracks.
That's
I'm
fine.
so sorry.
I'll go while he's setting that up. Hey guys, I'm Pharaoh. I will be playing Utaka, a Water Ganassi cleric rogue. Fun fact about me, my leg's asleep right now, so when I stand up and walk away from my screen, that's why. Have fun, Israel!
Delightful. All right. Hi, everybody. It's me, Kari. I play Israel, the Fae Pact half-elf warlock. And fun fact, just a fun fact, any kind of fun fact, was there a missing part of this prompt? Was it just a fun fact?
Any fun fact. Go
Any
for
fun
it.
fact.
Any fun fact? Curious. Well, I guess the fun fact is I have yet another dumb cat in my house. But he's beautiful and I love him. So his name is Toast. I love Toast dearly.
How many is that, Kari?
How many? It is 5 now.
I would die for Toast.
All hail Toast.
All hail Toast. He looks like a little shrimp when he sleeps with his leggies sticking out.
Toast is the BBEG.
Shrimp Toast. All right. Well, hi, everybody. I'm Derek Sword. I play Griaz Bramblepelt. He's a bugbear. He's a druid. He's a rogue. He's lots of things that make him very interesting. He has a lot of stuff now. He has a mimic shield and did a bit of shopping we'll get around to. But enough about him. Fun fact about me, I'm moving to Seattle at the end of the month. So if I seem hectic or whatnot, I still have this digital background, so you can't see all this shit that I'm packing. But yeah, probably by the end of this campaign, I will have a different time zone and everything else. But that's it. For me, I'll hand it off to the incredible Jeremy.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Derek. My name is Jeremy. I have the pleasure of playing with these wonderful folks yet again this week as Yvonne Blackmont, the Protector Asimar, Oath of the Ocean Paladin. And fun fact, I have adopted 5 chicks today without my know about, so, you know. But enough about
5
me.
chickens? Is that correct?
Yeah, little chicks. Yeah.
Baby
Oh,
chickens.
no. Oh no,
Nuggets.
Jeremy.
I
You
would die
adopted
for
5 nuggets.
Exactly,
I would die
yeah,
for these little nuggets.
Oh, they're adorable. We originally were gonna get 4, and I was gonna name them after the Golden Girls. But now we have 5, so I'm like, oh, I gotta come up with a different group. Anyways,
There were 5
after you
Backstreet
met.
Boys, I think. Just saying.
You could also anger the Tolkien estate and name them after 5 people from Lord of the Rings, which I think is always great. I have so many that I could just provide to you.
I'll take any suggestions. The one that I was going to go with for mine, that my wife has allowed me to name, is Scarlett Johansson. So anything you guys are willing to give me, I'll take.
There you go,
Oh,
Avengers
I think you've
actors.
got a winner there.
I mean,
Speechless.
I think. Yeah, like that. That's better than anything I could have put forward. Yeah.
Chris Evans.
Ooh.
That's not bad.
I was gonna say Prince
Mark
Henry.
Rooster Ruffalo. No, that was bad.
Chris Hemsworth.
Hemsworth. Yeah.
There you go.
Solid.
We'll get there.
Anyways,
Hey.
not get sidetracked, but we could probably spend all night doing this.
We probably could.
Yeah.
So
Without further ado, I will pass it off to our wonderful DM.
That's me. Hi, I'm Matt, your DM. I will be playing everyone else tonight. What is my fun fact going to be? Keeping it cheerful. I am currently exhausting my remaining paint supply for my Warhammer minis I got a pre-order of the Big Ed Bossbunka. I don't paint my armies to be lore accurate at all, which I know will probably upset a lot of people, but I give all of my individual models names and backstories to make up for it. Wah. And speaking of wah, are we ready to dive back in?
Robert Feather Downey Jr.
got it. Yes. The answer is yes. We're always ready.
All right. Yeah, it's gonna be the new one shot. Is that we reenact this campaign, but everyone's playing as chickens.
Oh my
All
God.
right.
Oops, all chickens.
Oops, all chickens.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
a pretty good title for like a one shot.
It really is.
Gehennis.
Yes.
I just
Do
completely
we
lost
need
my.
a moment?
Yeah. Okay. I'm okay. I'm normal. I'm normal now. Oh, this is such nice music.
I know.
Um,
I found it, so you don't have to find any music for later on.
But for now, get that shit out of here.
Okay. Okay, I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. It's very good music. Very good music. When we last left off on the Goldshine Investigations, the party temporarily went their separate ways. Evron and Gaheris returned to the Baradel, all the way in the distant land of Yav, far to the frozen north, where they reunited with their father, who, like all the previous Barrow Lords, has become a Barrowite, a powerful Draugr that guards the Baradel forevermore. And the two, who at one point were thought destined to do battle, have shared their birthright for the Barrow Blade, although Ivron is for now its chosen wielder, as Gaheris has a different blade in mind and has used the powdered adamant that Gaheris and Israel retrieved from Liberty to forge an adamantine dagger, which in theory will reduce any magical being it touches to dust. And Gaheris has gone one step further and brought enchantment to this anti-magic blade by naming it Joron's Bane. Meanwhile, Israel, Utaka, and Griaz went about enacting the most flamboyant con that I think has to be right up there with the Slicer of Tapirware Isles for ripping off an NPC as much as feasibly possible. managing to con almost more than quadruple, I think, the amount of money they were originally promised by playing the sympathy card and just overall putting on a fantastic show. But all is not necessarily well, as the group reunites with their NPC caravan at this point and starts making their way back to Liberty with their friends in tow. Brooke Buckler is still among them and is still a suspected Children of Red Side operative. With that, as Utaka, you and the goblins within the dragon mech pull yourselves up on the shores of the Kipling jungle, not actually too far from where you had first met the disguised dragon mech. And if I recall correctly, you're just waiting for now until the party gets here, at which point you'll just regroup with them and continue onward. But as you settle in to make camp for the night, the goblins just cheerfully chattering about the fun performance and what they're going to do with their share of the profits. Utaka, what would you like to do as you settle in for the night?
Yeah, I guess while they're all set in camp and being loud and everything, at the edge of the jungle, I'm gonna head over to where the trees start, kind of trudging through the beach, till I find somewhere a little quieter and kind of settle against the trunk of a tree and like lean my head back and watch for a little bit the camp. And he kind of picks out something from his bags, pulling out kind of a old reliquary that he's been keeping hold of for a long time. What he usually burns incense in when needed, and kind of like fiddles with it. And after a few moments, he's going to cast Sending.
Okay. Who would you like to send, and what message do you send?
I would like to send it to Rin, the priestess. Kind of like fiddles with the chains on it. Hey, Rin. It's a Perry. I pretended to be a dragon today. Pretty cool. Set a few houses on fire. Wish you could have seen it.
Is that the end of your message? Okay. There's a moment of pause, but only a moment, before you get a response from the elderly cleric of Amphitrite. Nice to hear you haven't changed much. The waves don't move faster even for me, but I'll be there soon. Find me in Smythe whenever you feel you're ready.
Okay. Oh. Sorry.
And I was just going to say, there's a long pause where you actually do assume that Rin is done. You've never known the woman to be overly talkative when it comes to one-on-one. But after a moment, you do actually catch one last message sent before your connection is severed. I'll see you soon, Little Blue.
He's gonna stay there for a while.
Okay. Israel Griaz, as I'm assuming you do not wish to show Brooke Buckler your Liberty hideout, what is the plan vis-a-vis the NPCs? Are you just going to wait for Garrison and everyone to join you before returning to Liberty, or are you just what are you planning to do?
You're gonna
I said
defer to
we're gonna-
Grievous.
Give it a day. Yeah, I think we were going to give it a day or two, and if they don't show up, we'll probably just head back and figure they'll know where to meet us.
Yeah. I think the idea is, wait the few days. If they don't show up, we start the march toward Liberty and we deal with the Buckler situation as it occurs.
Okay. Utaka, how long are you content to wait? The goblins will eventually return to Zydan on their own until the party informs them where to go. Do you wish
They're
to wait?
heading to Zydan.
Sorry, Liberty. I was thinking of Zydan because Liberty's off the coast of it. Do you want to go with them back to Liberty or stay here in the Kipling jungle to see if any of the party members come to pick you up?
Okay, I think he thought that the plan was to meet up on the coast after the thing. Because I think that's... But,
Yeah, we were going to travel to meet up with Utaka once Utaka surfaced.
and we surfaced like a couple hours out of town, but...
Okay. In that case...
So he will be waiting for them because we said we would meet up.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
and then we'll probably wait at that beach.
Oh, so you want to take the caravan into the Kipling jungle, meet up with Utaka, and then wait there? Okay.
Yeah. We're gonna at least collect him.
Yeah. And I think I asked Ivron in Ascending that I didn't get a response at the time of
Correct.
how long would they be there, and you
Yeah.
said we would decide that later.
Don't think we decided that, but
Yeah.
if winter solstice is in a week.
The essentially winter celebration of some form or another, because again it varies by the land, is in 3 days.
3 days.
Okay.
You good, Graham?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And then I think the presumption would be we'd be returning back to the Baradel to get the army shipped.
Yeah,
out.
collect all the stuff you set up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Utaka, it's about mid-afternoon of the following day. The sun has risen and the goblins start prepping to make their return trip to Liberty when Griaz and Israel arrive to collect you, to take you back to camp and wait out the paladin's return. Israel, I'm assuming you give the goblins their share of the profits, which they thank you up and down for, and immediately start making plans to find the nearest Bluefield Alliance settlement to trade with, get food both for themselves and for the refugees of Zydan, who may be able to return home soon, since Utaka, at least for now, seems to have gotten some degree of control over this whole tide. As you all return to camp for now, the goblins returning to Liberty, although they of course inform you that they are but a sending spell away. You wait out the following couple days in relative peace. Evacuations and cleanup in Jor continue. The water only gets colder, as does the winter. While it is, of course, like the depths of winter, so you're not necessarily surprised by that, it usually does start to warm up by this point. So the cold is starting to get a little concerning. And the lake is only getting more and more glacial. And at this point, it's outright impossible for the fleets to leave, even if they wanted to. But helping where you can. The poachers gathering what food they can from the freezing forests, and all of you just settling in for a comfortable few days. Gaharis, Ivron, as you refamiliarize yourselves with your home, Ivron tending to your father's study, doing some reading, setting policies into place. As Gaharis, you start rallying the troops for what's coming. And of course, oversee the creation of your little projects. Eventually, 3 days pass. Since all of you are either with people who are hunting for you or at your homeland, which of course has more than enough food, you don't have to worry about rations or water right now. For all 5 of you, 3 days pass, and holidays are on the horizon. For Gaharis and Ivron, this seasonal holiday in your land is known as the Festival of Veles, the god that you swore your oath to, Gaharis. Given that Veles is venerated all over Yav, the Barodel is, of course, no exception. A midwinter celebration that typically basically is a pledge of protection from Veles to essentially spare your crops and cattle the harsh winter. However, some also believe that he will protect you from diseases and things of that nature. But overall, while there is a practical purpose, it is also a season of fun. A festival is typically thrown, which is happening in the Barodel as we speak, and a popular sort of event that is held during these festivals is fights that take place in the town square. And I'm going to assume you two get in on that action very, very, very happily.
Oh, absolutely. But I think before we do, I would like to pull a prank on Ivron.
What would you like to do?
So as Ivron is getting ready on like the far side of the battlefield, I have liberated some pieces of cloth, of like silver cloth from the castle, and am quote-unquote discreetly handing it out to some of the eligible bachelors and bachelorettes, saying it is a token of his esteem to champion for them.
Make a deception check.
Sure, I'd love to. That is a 17 on the die, plus, I think, 15? No, plus 10, so 27.
Yeah, and for commoners, I'm not even going to bother rolling. Immediately, men and women alike are immediately just like, ooh, very, very flattered. And Ivron, you start getting some very flirtatious waves and greetings from people all over the festival grounds as the various fun, not even really duels, and just fun like brawls essentially happen all over the Barodel as the Festival of Veles is in full swing. You're all served the traditional festival meal of this kind of richly seasoned and fattened grain, which is, somewhat on the plain side by our standards, but for you, it's this, kind of luxurious thing that you don't get that often, and it's nice. It's a very humble, down-to-earth thing, all things considered. Israel and Utaka. Where you come from, the celebration that is happening right now is Haloa. Again, midwinter season. Winters in your homeland are harsh, but not quite as harsh as they get in Yav. So as a result, the festival is a little more tame and less overtly religious in nature. The festival that you two grew up knowing in your homeland is the tradition of sorts that would happen is the women of the household would just go out and party all night. And the men of the house would stay home and prepare gifts for the women of the household in the form of a feast that they would prepare themselves. Israel, you know that given the crowded household you grew up in and that it's mostly women, your family loved the Haloa season.
The one time that all the girls weren't doing all the work.
Yeah, exactly. And Utaka, while you never got, given your circumstances, you never got much of a chance to celebrate it yourself, you did grow up seeing these kinds of things happen. Women from all over the city going out carousing while their husbands cooked at home. And finally, Grias. Given that the Mazaishan lands are a somewhat of a smorgasbord of various cultures, you actually didn't have a specific holiday tradition growing up here, especially given that you were kind of out in the swamps and very isolated. You've seen people celebrate their various traditions, including the traditions of the Festival of Veles and Haloa. But you never necessarily had one to call your own. Winter was just when it gets cold. But as Geharis and Ivron, you enjoy the fighting and feasting in the Baradel, and Israel and Utaka not really being in much of a position to directly celebrate your homeland's traditions. You just enjoy the spirit of the holiday in and of itself. But I'll say about midway through the afternoon, as the two of you are just coming off from a just better part of the day of festival fighting and feasting. You have full tummies and somewhat bruised bodies. You may be the knights and the barrel lords, but the peasantry still packs a punch when the mood strikes them. As you start returning to the castle, you find dressed in somewhat flowing and warm garments, Tails. Their cloak billowing in the snowy breeze, standing in the snow, almost kind of hovering above it slightly. And you can see their boots are a little on the thin side, so they probably don't want to be trudging through the snow of the Baradel directly. But they give you a warm smile and a bow. And I wanted to give you time to enjoy yourselves, but I understand that the holidays are best spent among friends and family both.
Hello, Tails. It is so nice to see you. Have you been well?
Very. Been busy, given the circumstances, but I suppose even I can take a day off once in a while.
That sounds like a wonderful plan. After all, if you don't have a day off, then what can you really look forward to?
Shall we return to the others then?
I suppose? Ivron? Ivron?
No, that's quite all right. Thank you. No, I didn't really. Did I really give that to you? Coming, brother. Tails, yes, black woman. If you don't mind, I would just like to go and get a few things from the castle before we leave. Trinkets and odds and ends. After all, this is a gift-giving season. Away with you.
Away with you.
Being awfully affectionate. This year.
Perhaps they simply just missed having you around the castle. You were always a popular one.
No, not this popular. You are always this popular.
What can I say?
I'll be.
Perhaps your moon is on the rise.
Ron goes and gets the stuff and comes back.
Yeah. As you leave, I look to Tails and I go, hope to set you good to see that prank. It was a pretty good one, if I admit.
You have something of a talent for getting people to believe what you want them to.
What can I say? After all, eventually everyone will have to settle down.
Spoilers.
So Ivron's just gonna get his trinkets and he'll be back, and he's got boxes and stuff in his hands. And he hands a little one to Tails, and he's like, "If you don't mind, this one is for you. We can wait to open it, but I have quite a few boxes here."
Thank you. I suppose we probably should wait until everyone's together. Yes.
Oh yeah, that's tradition. So.
If you like, I can gather everyone together. They've already been informed of the situation and told to be cautious of who they share the information with. But I don't think anyone would be opposed to coming together for a night of festivity.
I am eager to see everyone once more and their smiling faces.
Do you wish to stay at your camp in Jor, or do you have a destination for the festivities in mind?
Liberty? Most likely?
Very well. I'll gather everyone together. And again, he gives a somewhat warm smile, and you can see him kind of almost protectively push. It's a relatively little box you gave him, right? He kind of pushes it into his coat and kind of tightens it. And you can tell that despite all the work he doesn't seem to get much in the way of like gifts or direct appreciation. So it does seem like it actually means something to him. And given his genuine shock, you get the impression that he's going out of his way to not reveal to himself through his divination what the gift is going to be. And with a wave of his hand, the two of you disappear. Israel, Griaz, Utaka. Garrus and Ivron have been away for about 3 or 4 days at this point when Tails appears in your camp. Again, it's mid-afternoon. You guys have just been enjoying yourselves, relaxing at camp, when the diviner appears. Seeming cheerful, dressed in winter garb, levitating above the snow, and again, smiling, and seems to have some pep in the way he's carrying himself, and gives a bow to the three of you, and all of the various mercenaries, poachers, and pirates kind of all like look to each other and whisper at this, teleporting, floating wizard who's just casually bowing to the three of you like you're the ones in charge. Hello. Happy Helloa to the two of you. And Mr. Bramblepelts, happy holidays.
You too.
The Blackmonts have returned and are awaiting in our agreed upon meeting location if you would like me to take you and your compatriots there.
We're with Brooke, right? She's also
Yeah,
here.
everyone's
Have we
here.
decided what to do with Brooke?
No, we haven't.
Israel is not deciding what to do with Brooke because Brooke is Griez's friend. She's leaving that in his capable hands, and she's just going to deal with the fallout. That's her decision.
So we were gonna get transportation down there. Oh, just through him. So we don't need the. Okay, we don't need the dragon. Gotcha.
Mhm.
Yeah, if they're like already at the place, we should go, I guess.
Very well. Now, I don't typically work with this many people at once, at least not since the old days. So this may feel a bit unusual, and I apologize in advance for the displacement of any limbs or
Do you
misplacement
want
of
to
you.
do one at a time? Because
You
I
can
I
take
don't
my
like...
left one. He's like an asshole.
And Utagi, your other hand just slaps you.
Fuck you.
Your other hand just flips you off.
Yeah, I don't want to lose no appendages, whatnot. So if you want to take one at a time, that is perfectly fine. I do not mind going last.
If I take it in small groups, you'll be fine. I'll get the three of you out of the way first.
I just worry
and-
because that is a warning that you set forth, also knowing what's going to happen. So I feel like I'm signing a waiver for somebody that's like, hey, don't step in this bear trap, placing a bear trap in front of you.
In my defense, I was trying to do a joke.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. That's
How did I
Israel
do
starts snickering at the two of them.
on a scale of like 1 to 10? How did I do?
Like a
She just-
4.
solid
She
4.
puts
I was
out
gonna
like a
say
6.
4. Okay, well that
She
averages
found
out
it funny.
to 4. I think. I ain't good at math. Keep trying, keep working on it. You'll get there. I mean, you
Understood.
know, right? Are we gonna look like 50 years in the future and it's just Tails going, so what's the deal with
So what's the
Zidane
deal?
food, am I right?
Yeah. Well,
Could they use any more pepper? I knew you were gonna laugh at that.
Let me tell you something about arcane energy. Anyway, kind of nodding to yourself, seeming to actually take it very seriously as he thinks to himself, and just still doing better than Mistra. I'll take that.
Yeah. I don't know if I ever heard her tell like an actually good joke.
She jokes with you quite frequently. It's just that I understand it that most people don't find her funny.
I'm a pretty good judge. So, yeah. It's okay. It's okay. You're better.
Thank you. I've been practicing.
What, like in your bedroom or something, like in a mirror?
No, that'd be ridiculous. I have Melvin judge my jokes.
Oh no. Yeah, okay,
laughs.
okay. Now the 4 makes sense.
And as he's saying all this, he just waves his hand, and all of your perspectives just warp, and you get that like very unsettling stomach roiling before you find yourselves at the front gates of Liberty. And you can see Tails actually does look kind of thrown by it, and does have to take a moment to kind of catch his breath. And as he does so, you can see the poachers, the mercenaries, the pirates all look just dumbfounded. And as Mouskowitz kind of steps forward, just gawking at the high buildings and the patrolling robots, just kind of puts a hand on your shoulder, Israel, and just, new hideout.
Yep.
Right.
Israel just like looks at her in that way of Brooke can't tell if she knows anything or not. She just sort of like looks just like, yeah. But it's that sort of waiting feeling. And then she just breaks it and starts walking in.
Yeah, you can see Brooke and the pirates are kind of just curiously examining like one of the automatons passing by, and Mouskowitz does seem kind of immediately concerned and like, is that? But the automaton doesn't seem troubled by their presence, and in fact, kind of like tilts their head and starts kind of like whistling at them, and the mercenaries just all immediately start like talking to each other, like just amazed at just all of this. Gaharis, Ivron, you were dropped off before Tails went to grab the others. You are currently down the north streets where the Zaidan refugees would be near, but you can see Tails bring in the like 30-ish people at the front gates, and immediately the refugees are all like kind of chattering amongst themselves, and you can hear a few like kind of like panic squeaks from the goblins as if wondering if they're gonna have to share their loot with all these people as well. But the two of you are free to approach your comrades as you wish.
And kind of does like a formal introduction of everyone, is like arriving now, the first of the growth of liberty is Lady Blackthorn, Utaka, Griaz, and like goes down the list of, you know, the poachers, the adventurers. The pirates, I don't think I know all by name, so they'll just go by Brooke and
Captain
company.
Buckler and her crew.
Yeah, Buckler and company.
Which to her introduction, Buckler gives a deep bow. The mercenaries all just kind of give nods, again still like focused on just everything that's going on. The poachers for their part though approach the refugees, and the two groups start to kind of like just blend into each other, and before you know it, you have this crowd of like what was like 30 people is now thousands, as the Zaidan refugees, the goblin colony, and the you guys's burgeoning mercenary company just start meshing together into this big crowd. And Tails, kind of catching his breath, gives a smile at just everything, and I'll grab everyone you requested and return shortly. It may take me some time to get everyone organized, but enjoy the festivities while I'm away. I'll rejoin you shortly. And vanishes. Is there anything you guys would like to do while just mingling with the crowd, enjoying the festivities? You're all at the front entrance and just kind of surrounding out border streets of Liberty, the various maintenance tunnels leading out to the airlocks and dockways. Is there anything you guys would like to do?
Yeah, I think I'd like to touch base with the rest of the party. We've been away for 3 days. So I think Ivron and Gaharis kind of just make our way that way.
Yeah.
All right. Making your way down the avenue. You head down the thoroughfare, and the party reunites. And Gaharis and Ivron inform the three of you what happened while they were away. They have claimed their birthright, reunited with their father, and are marching the Baradel to war against Joron Els and the united might of the Goldshine Investigation the Hell Knights, and potentially the Emelian Empire, the Bobwin Sultanate, and the Undarian Duchy.
You had a busy 3 days.
Yeah.
On top of that, ground may or may not be under attack shortly by more people.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. That's cool. So we made, and she spits out the number of money that they made conning these people with the dragon.
You two are basically
He's able to
handed
present them with their bags of gold.
handed these massive sacks of gold that easily more than like even some adventurers make. You guys went from like, decent amount of money to basically rich in seconds.
Congratulations, you are effectively dead.
Yeah, they like lied and said we were dead. I said it wasn't cool.
So
Shut up,
But,
guys.
yeah, now we're
suppose I'm
rich,
alive
so.
now, or should I pretend to be someone else?
I
I
mean,
we got
snap
the
my
funds.
fingers
Who thinks that you're
and
dead is the Emelian Empire, but that serves our purpose, right? Isn't it good that they think you're dead?
Well, we also got the funds to reincarnate you, so we got options. You were gonna do something.
oh, that is wonderful. Because I was about to do this, and I'm gonna cast a spell and cast disguise self, and just appear to be like the most common-looking human guy ever. Just, like maybe a comb over, dressed in like garbs that are like common clothing.
Yeah, just like
it's an improvement. You look good. It's an improvement.
What can I say? Joe Normal Man at your service.
Normal man. Ah.
It's a family name.
Everyone's just sitting there, like, stroking.
Did you
Lauren.
consider every man and just say no?
I was thinking Norman.
Oh, Norman?
Norman
would've been better.
Norman Humanman.
I mean, it took me a few days to master this, but...
This is even harder to tell you apart from anything else. There used to be the horns and the blue, and now it's like, let's see. All right.
Tell us what you really think, Krias.
I'll just drop
Wait,
this, guys.
like him different from like Ivron? Or like who?
No, everyone's handsome as shit. Are you kidding me? Everyone stands out.
No, like that's what I thought. So I don't. Who are you confusing Gaharis for?
He looks like every other human that just like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Who's
Grant,
the girl?
you almost
Human.
find yourself having to focus on Gaharis because you're worried you'll lose him in the crowd of Zidane refugees.
I
Meanwhile-
knew this fellow once, Wally, I don't know, he wore this fucking striped shirt, and he would just walk around where a bunch of striped shit was, and you'd be looking for him, and it's like, I'm ready to leave. And he's just strolling around with his fucking spectacles on, his little hat's warm. Why are you wearing a sweater? Fucker's wearing long pants, a sweater, and a snow cap at the beach. Why does everybody have stripes? That's what I want to know.
I mean, perhaps stripes were in that year.
Apparently. Anyway, that's you. That's your face with every other human face. It's just
Gonna have to
it's very
add
epic.
gonna have to add this shit to my lore. God damn it.
His name is Walder.
Yeah, Will
yeah.
Wallace.
He's the best rogue that ever lived.
Yeah, no one can ever find him afterwards.
Some
Yeah.
say he's still out there.
Yeah, no, he's a rogue in Pathfinder where you can roll like a 40.
Has a dog. There's a wizard. There's a girl version.
Oh no.
They're an incredible crew of cat burglars. They do heists and then no one finds them ever afterward.
For God forbid, they're assassins.
Oh no. Oh god, yeah, that's like Assassin's Creed Unity when they're all like just in public spaces all the time.
Yeah, so Griaz just regales you guys with tales of his various sordid history of the weird people he knew as a smuggler.
So
But anyway, yeah, we did. We faked the whole dragon death thing. We faked y'all's deaths. Got a lot of money out of it. Maybe a statue. Working on it. Yeah. Then we brought the rest of the folks here.
I suppose that probably brings up the next topic of concern. Where are the poachers? Where's Titanus? I'm gonna turn around and look for the 3 poachers that I explicitly said never let Buckler out of your sight.
And looking around, it's a fairly big crowd, but I'll say, given the circumstances, they're not overtly hard to find. You can see Titanus's hulking figure fairly easily, and as soon as he sees you, like scanning the crowd and locking eyes with him, he kind of like whispers something to Mouskowitz before stepping towards you. And,
I say the code word, which Graham the player has forgotten, but Harris would not have forgotten.
no worries. Which he returns.
Anything to report?
He kind of glances, and you can see him look to Buckler, who is currently engaged in just deep, enthusiastic conversation, bit of a social butterfly, with one of the Zaidan refugees. And he kind of gently pulls you by the wrist towards one of the, to basically kind of pull away from the main crowd to avoid being overheard.
Yeah, I will motion for some of the party to follow if they wish. But I'll also like try and spot out Billy, so that while we are, I'll roll perception with advantage.
Yeah, what a price to pay.
Yeah, wow. A 19 plus 3, that's a 22.
Okay. So you're looking for just see what Billy's doing?
Yeah, either Billy or John. I just want to get one person to have eyes on Buckler while
you can see that John has not taken his eyes off of her, and him and Billy are kind of whispering to each other as they watch her, as she's again in deep conversation with one of the Zaidan refugees and does not appear to have noticed them.
That's why John's my favorite. But don't tell Billy. Yeah, so I will head it away from the gathering, and anyone that wishes to join.
Okay. Do any of you follow?
Ivron will go.
Israel's gonna go. She's the one who had to talk to and convince these poachers, whatever they were doing, so she feels kind of responsible for this conversation. So she's going to go.
I'm gonna hang around where Tails is supposed to come back, right?
All right, so you're gonna hang out by the front gates.
Yeah, and wait for the people from.
Yeah, the people from everywhere.
Yes,
that you guys
the
are.
people.
The friends we made along the way. And sorry, go ahead, Grias. What are you gonna be doing?
I'll go with Utaka.
Okay, so you two are waiting by the front gates. The rest of you heading with Titanus to break off a bit from the main thoroughfare, away from the crowd that's basically slowly forming together to just basically do their own little improvised festival down here in this underwater city. And Avron, Israel, Gaharis, as the three of you pull away from the crowd, Titanus kind of looking over your shoulder, Gaharis, and similar to you, seems to make sure that his buddies are keeping an eye on the pirates before looking back to you, and kind of leaning against the one of the nearby buildings. Didn't let her out of our sight, like you said, boss.
That is wonderful. Did anything strange or weird happen? Did anyone go to contact her?
She kept trying to leave. Said she had to get to the port across the lake. Told her that we should stay, and no use trying to sail in the ice anyhow. Managed to convince her for now.
I see. That is very smart. And then I'll turn to Avron and Israel. What do we do about Buckler? After all, we know that she is complicit.
I'm not entirely sure how much. She seemed nearly as surprised to be back here as all of them to see the place existed. I don't know exactly how deep she was in, but there's certainly question around it.
And perhaps we should just be upfront with her. Now that, we're here.
We do outnumber her pretty severely, and it's pretty hard to leave at this point.
Do we outnumber her? Did we bring the rest of her crew?
Her crew is with her. However,
Okay.
even with her crew, let me actually double check.
I couldn't remember how much of a crew
We
she
outnumber
had.
them at this
Okay.
point. Pretty damn sure.
Yeah. This is our entire city and our fake dragon.
Yeah, it's her and a crew of 3. So.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, okay.
Needless to say, she also hasn't given us any reason to mistrust her or doubt her. Her entire existence before this facility, she might not even remember. We've
We
seen
could
such
have
magic
taken
before.
her memories of it completely.
That is entirely true. I don't know. I think that being upfront is probably the best bet. I know that Griaz and Buckler are pretty close. Perhaps they should have the conversation.
I don't know if he should do it alone, though. But he might be the one best to broach the subject.
I can provide support.
Just looks, will you? Just sort of pats him on the shoulder. I know you would. Anyway, we should talk to Griaz before we put him on the spot and, force him to interrogate his former friend.
That makes absolute sense.
I feel like that's a strong decision we could make here.
Okay. Anything else from the 3 of you while you're a bit of a ways from the main crowd? All right. Titanus kind of gives the 3 of you a low nod, and the 4 of you may move to rejoin the main thoroughfare, and again, just mingling with the refugees, the goblins, the mercenaries, this unusual batch of allies you've accumulated over the course of your adventure, with more still to come. Now, Tails did say that it would potentially take him over an hour to gather everyone together. So with that in mind, does anyone have anything they'd like to do over the next hour or so?
Is there a sort of hall or central location that maybe, I don't know, we could use as a place for festivities, or are we all just standing out in the streets?
Right now, you're all standing out in the streets. The only thing that would be a central place would be the factory, but with everything going on, you don't exactly want people gathering in there in a large group. However, you do recall that the hotel that you stayed at, that Utaka scoped out, did have a fairly sizable kind of lobby area that this many people could feasibly, you don't necessarily need to worry about shelter as you're underwater and in a enclosed area, but it still would strike the winter mood a bit better, you think, and it's better than being out on the streets. But that's the only thing you can think of outside of the factory, which, again, you'd rather not take your chances with.
Right on. Yeah, no, I definitely, maybe Ron would direct things to be set up and established there. Maybe having some of the automatons, if they're not too busy, to kind of like motion for people to go that way when they come in with tails.
Okay. The automatons follow the orders, as at this point they still believe you guys to be officials. Some of them start directing people towards the hotel you guys stayed at. Others take up posts along with Utaka and Griaz at the front gates, ready to do the same when more guests arrive. Oh, sorry. Anything else from anyone else before?
Yeah, if we're having to wait, Griaz will go over to at least Brooke's crew, and Brooke, as she's kind of moseying about, just yeah. So welcome. If I would have said that to you.
It certainly made me feel it. This is, wow, incredible. How'd you even find this place?
A chance, to be perfectly honest. Pure, unadulterated chance. I will say,
I've
if
done more
y'all
with less.
Well, if y'all need anything, any of y'all, the metal men should be able to assist you with accommodations, getting around. They're very knowledgeable. You ain't got any blue folk on your crew, do you?
No, mostly humans and elves.
Okay. All right. It should be good then. Yep. Yeah. I mean, if you need anything, I'll be out and about, but they're gonna be your first go-to. So you got any questions, just let them know.
Nice, Grass. Wow. You're away for what, a few months, and managed to pull this off. Incredible. And all I've got to show for it is a little boat stuck in a frozen lake.
It's weird how people change sometimes, but always hope it's just for the better, right?
Ah, yeah. Well, good to see you making something of yourself, Griaz. You deserve it.
Well, make yourself at literal home. Like I said, anything, let somebody know.
Yeah. Are we under the lake?
Yeah, sure are. All places to go.
They give a nod and step off to continue their conversation. One second, my phone's ringing. You guys do some roleplay banter in it for a moment.
So you'll never
Go ahead.
believe this? So the typical Barodel fashion for the holidays is a battle in the sparring ring, but everyone's not listening, alright? Wonderful. So I may or may not have taken a bunch of ribbons from the castle and handed them out to all of the single looking people in the city, telling him it was his token of favor to champion for their affection.
What?
I thought it would be nice and funny. And I mean, for the next few
Objectively, that's hilarious. I need you. What happened? What were they doing to him?
Oh, well,
Did they get out?
most of them were just hounding him for the rest of the day, and he kept running away and saying, "Be gone with you," or, "What do you want?" or, "I have things to do, goodbye," or, "I'm terribly sorry, miss, where is your hand?"
I shouldn't laugh. All those poor people. Poor Avron. Are you going to tell him what you did?
I am going to take it to the grave.
I'm gonna tell him. She turns around and says, "Hey, Avron."
There is a look of deep betrayal. Of profound betrayal.
Hello.
From you or from him?
Hey, so Harris was just telling me about how you guys were celebrating back home and how many admirers you had. What was that all about? I didn't know you were such you had such a way with the ladies.
I
And the
don't.
men.
I don't. I swear. But there was a few admirers, and he's beginning to blush a little bit.
I mean,
In fact, it was strange. It was a particularly elderly one that kept pinching my bottom that I didn't quite appreciate. They kept going on about this silver scarf, silver ribbon. I know not what they were talking about, but if this is admiration, I don't care for it. Is this what it means to be a barrel lord, Garrus?
I probably, that, seems
Does anyone
quite,
see your bottom?
I mean,
I really want to hear more about these ribbons. Did you ask about that?
I did. They said that I had given them, but I can't seem to remember when I did.
I mean,
I think they were trying to pull my leg.
I mean, perhaps they simply wanted to become the Barrel Lady. I mean,
Where would they have gotten the ribbons, though? I mean, if you didn't give them to them.
Well, silver is a common color in the Barodale. We often, fight undead, and that are weak to silver, so it's a normal color. They could have got them anywhere, I believe.
Well, but I mean, then why wouldn't they have done it, I guess, any of the other holidays? I'm just wondering where they got the idea in their heads, too, I suppose.
A mystery for us all, Lady Blackthorn.
she just looks at Garrus and goes, yes, a mystery.
One for the ages.
yes, one never to be solved.
All right. About an hour passes, maybe 2. By this point, you guys have been funneled by the automatons back to the hotel that Utaka and Griaz sort of scouted out and commandeered for the party's use. And the sort of mini festival you guys are putting on essentially starts just transitioning there. People inside the lobby, hanging out in the lot outside, some even in the streets where the automatons patrol. Even the automatons themselves, for as much as they can, actually get in on the celebrations to some degree. While they have little in the way of actual gifts to give, they do occasionally, Utaka, you do occasionally spot an automaton handing like a small Zidanian girl flowers. And things of that nature. Just little small tokens of appreciation from the metallic guards. Eventually, arriving on foot rather than by teleportation, you see a larger group beginning to come up the sort of main central freeway of sorts that leads up to this hotel where you guys are bunking up at. And you see Tails, accompanied by Basil atop his giant spider-drawn cart of goods. Joshua Scott, Regina, her hands kind of somewhat nervously steepled, but looking around in awe at the buildings and surroundings. Tenniel, large, colorful hat drawn over his eyes so you can't see his expression clearly. Dr. Ulysses with Polly on their shoulder, just smiling as they glance at the automatons. And Utaka, you can almost imagine they're like already like, what are the odds I can get my hands on one of these things and take a look at how it works. Melvin, a somewhat cheesy and ill-fitting holiday hat on his head. Sigil, looking somewhat plain, but otherwise happy. And while he was always a somewhat soft-spoken individual, even in the brief time you traveled with him, he does give a friendly wave on seeing all of you. Papillon, still toting along the staff of insects they got from Vermin Hollow, excitedly babbling to Sigil and Melvin. Cleo, the creature dealer who gave you guys your dragon eggs. And as this menagerie of your old friends arrives, Tails gives a bow, and that's everyone who I could convince to come along. And he looks to you, Utaka, as all of you step out to greet the newcomers. The Copperpiece family and the Red Gate Mercenary Company wanted to spend the holidays with their families, I'm afraid.
They say they were going to come later?
Yes, but
okay.
They just wanted to...
fair. Very fair.
Yeah.
Although the Copperpieces did, of course, want to, when they arrived, discuss the matter of potentially long-term contract if they are going to move their entire operations away from Veilbright.
Yeah, I mean, we fucking need them here, so I think we'll pay. Tell them we'll pay.
But I think that can wait.
I can
He
tell.
he turns to everyone who just arrived and welcome to the headquarters of. Have we decided on a name yet?
I think we decided on the Silver Society. And if
Yeah, for like who we are, but like the place, I was thinking the Silver Sanctum.
I love that.
Taka Town.
No.
Forget it, Jake. It's Taka Town.
Silver Sanctum.
Welcome.
Why does that sound familiar?
I think we're being prejudiced against any snakes that choose to join us. It's going to take them forever to say that.
Welcome, friends and allies, to the Silver Sanctum. And he gives a bow to all the newcomers who, you can see some, like Regina and Tenniel, kind of uncertainly bow in return, almost like not really certain what the protocol is here. Melvin, for his part, immediately just darts off and starts just looking at the surroundings. That's on honest to God's second age city in the stone. He's immediately just looking at the automatons, questioning the refugees, investigating even the buildings, and
That boy didn't give me a hug. I'm going to beat the shit out of him.
No. Before he got caught doing that, he got caught in a hug from Israel, who immediately turned and offered him to Grias. And then we were like, and now you can go play with the robots.
I'm never going to let you go, sweet boy. No, actually, I want to go up to Regina and go, friends, you bow to no one. And then turn to Melvin and go, you better fucking bow.
I'm sorry. It's nice to see you, Grias. And he kind of somewhat awkwardly returns your hug before immediately just darting off to start looking over one of the automatons who you
We
recognize
see
as
him
Buttons.
walking backwards as the automaton is rolling forwards. He's like constantly tripping over like the back of his own robes as he's trying to like have an interview.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like,
This is the last we see Melvin in the campaign, because Melvin's gonna be like in the most mundane of these houses. Like, fantastic! I never knew that you could make a rug out of this material.
Papillon, staff of spiders in hands, kind of slogs their way up to the five of you, and just, hey guys, it's been a while.
Hello, Papillon. It has been quite a while. I hope you are well.
How's your
Yeah.
niece?
She's doing super great. How are you guys doing on all that red eye stuff?
I'm
Going
Griaz. I
pretty
replaced you.
Hey.
How much food do they have stuck in their beard?
Way more than when you first saw them. And you notice some of it is kind of flickering a little bit, and it looks like they've been sampling gnomish cuisine from Terminus.
Oh, the worst place. Enjoys the party. Glad to see you. Welcome aboard. We'll talk. Or, Dels, do you have a way to make my voice louder?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Friends, family, to everyone here in the former town of Liberty, we welcome you on day one on this most joyous of holidays, in which the warmth of hearth and the warmth of the fires of friendship and companionship grow hot. From this day forward, this shall be known as the Silver Sanctum. For we have great work to do, and I am honored and proud of each and every one of you that has joined us to assist in not only our endeavors, but in a greater cause and goal to save the world. Be you gnome, human, bugbear, goblin, tonight and every night forward, we are all one. There are no wars here except for the ones that are fought to save the world. There are no lines drawn in the sand based on belief. We have but one cause and one reason, because everyone here desires peace. And tonight is the first step to achieve that. So welcome.
A cheer waves across the crowd. The goblins of their colony, the refugees of Zaidan, the mercenaries, the pirates, the poachers, the unique and special specimens and supernatural entities that you'd captured, the agents you'd befriended in the organization, former allies and party members, automatons, and even the occasional gnome. All come together in celebration. As Gahar said, no lines in the sand, no need for infighting or argument, just the simple joy to be found in a shared holiday, a shared experience, and peace below the waters. It's cold, it's dark, and it's not like anything you've seen before, but just for tonight and with any luck, the nights following, it's home. And we're going to take a break.
All right, so we'll be back in, let's say, 10 minutes. That sounds fair. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I love each and every one of you, so stand up, stretch, get some water, get some snacks, and we'll be right backs, as they say. hello, friends, we're back. I'm sorry that we're all liars. We started talking about cats and got distracted. I'm so sorry from the depths of my heart. How will you ever forgive me? I don't know.
You'll have to make it up to us, Graham.
I suppose so. Free cats for everyone.
I got more than enough with my current one, honestly. All right. Are we ready to dive back in to the Goldshine Investigations? When we left off, the party had assembled all of the allies that they have, most of whom come from backgrounds of being relatively lonely and isolated, and nobody should be alone on the holidays. So gathering their friends, allies, refugees, mercenaries, goblins, pirates, gathering everyone they know who could spare the time together. Everyone gathers in the newly dubbed Silver Sanctum beneath the Lake of Mazai to just have a moment of peace before the true battle begins. Potentially the last moment of peace you guys will get for quite some time. Before festivities start getting proper underway, Ivron, you said that there was something you would like to do before the festivities kind of start in full, trading gifts and whatnot. Would you like to start getting that taken care of now? You can ask Tails to send you where you need to go.
Yes, yes. Ron would I think kind of sneak off or try to like steal away, and he'll still find Tails and he'll take care of. He'll go take care of something.
Okay. While everyone does that, what are the rest of you doing? The sort of improvised festivals in full swing. All of the different little groups of friends you've assembled are just intermingling with each other now. Surprisingly, things are actually fairly peaceful. What would you guys like to do?
Are there like any underground fountains or closed off areas of the city that are like parks or like gazebos?
You looking for a makeout point?
Don't you question my decisions.
Make a investigation check.
Sure. I'll use a chat inspiration on this. Sure.
Must be important.
Everything I do is important, Matt. Even down to the tiniest pranks. Alright, so that was investigation?
Yeah.
That is a 16.
Alright. We'll come back to you. Israel, what are you doing?
I think currently she's been introducing some of the various people around who seemed interested in the festivities, who were probably not aware of any midwinter festivities because, they were isolated or grew up under a rock or what have you. She has gathered many of them together and she's teaching them about the festivities where she's from, not just the general festivities of Halora. I'm pronouncing it wrong because I don't think he spelled it, but
I didn't put it in chat. I'll put it in
Haloa.
chat real quick, but it's Haloa.
Yeah, Haloa. So she explains that, but then she explains some of her own family stuff, and she's showing a particular dance that she and her sisters and mother would do, particularly as part of the celebrations, and has arranged them to do so. And they're all having fun, like falling over each other and like tripping, because it's like a grapevine dance, but you're also linked in a circle and you're constantly switching directions. So you're trying to like get everyone dizzy.
And between that and the fact that there's, humans, goblins.
Precisely. And then she further explains that this dance tends to happen like halfway through the drinking, and it's essentially a game to try and get the people who have been more heavily drinking spinning out of the circle, and then you keep closing the circle and going faster and faster until everyone just like spun out and sick and or just falling down laughing about it all. So that's what she's currently engaged in, is teaching people how to do this because it's loads of fun.
All right. Griaz, you start getting inducted into some winter festivities via Israel's improvised dance class, but is there anything in particular you'd like to do on your own?
Is gift giving part of Aloha and all that?
Yes. The typical idea is that for Haloa, at least, is that the women will go out and party, the men will prepare a feast, and then once they return home, typically drunk out of their minds, then there is a exchange of gifts. Typically, though, with Haloa, it's just among family, whereas in other parts of the world, it's more like everyone. But in Haloa, it's typically a family affair.
If that's the case, then he's, he probably in his early roguish days saw a lot of different experiences, but he's going to respect Israel's, kind of guidance on this one. So he will help in preparing food. He's a druid, he can do that. But I think he's also going to flag down tails if he can, and just be like, we need to find Basil like 10 seconds ago.
Understood. Any reason why?
I need fucking gifts, man. I need lots of them. I got lots of money.
You're not the only one. He's just down the road. He's set up a improvised stand. Never wanted to pass down an opportunity for profit.
Fantastic. Do you know how to make beef Wellington?
What?
Okay. Look into the future when you've already read how to make beef Wellington, and then when you know how to make beef Wellington, make beef Wellington. I gotta go buy stuff.
On it. Utaka, what are you doing?
As Grias heads over to Basil, you see Utaka like shoving things into a bag, and then he sees you and he's like, "Oh fuck! I gotta get."
Basil, for his part, is literally just standing on top of his giant spider cart, and is just like one of the goblins will come up and just like, they said I need gifts, I don't have a gift, and Basil will just throw down like a low rank magic item, and then the goblins will just toss up like whatever they happen to have on them, basically, and Griaz, as you approach, and Utaka like starts slipping away with their bag of whatever it is they bought. Basil starts looking down at you, sitting crisscross on top of their cart, and you feel a weight against your thigh as another Basil looks up at you, and because we're friends and you've invited me into your little conspiracy here, and
Shut your mouth, weird man. And he's just gonna pull out his bag of 15,000 plus gold and just hand it to him. Give me the change when I'm done.
I was going to offer you a discount, big guy.
You sure were.
Basil has met his match. Just Grias.
Fellas, can you help me out here? And like 3 other Basils come out to help him carry the bag of gold towards the cart. And so what would you like for Haloa, little bugbear?
And he's just gonna kind of like, all right, I need something for Harris, I need something for Israel, I need something for Efron, I need something for Utaka. It might be nice to just treat myself. Let's get something for Junior, and let's get something for the other pets. And he's just gonna read out his holiday list.
Which we've gone over.
We've established. Yes.
All right. Ivron, as you pull away from the main thoroughfare, most of the alleyways and the deeper parts of the city are left completely alone, as most people are content to, especially for those who are new here, don't want to risk exploring the depths of a city they're completely unfamiliar with. So most people are either staying near the main gates or on the thoroughfare between the gates and the hotel you're staying at. So heading deeper into the city, you get some privacy, and you actually happen to catch Tails as he's drifting off from his conversation with Grias. You can see him like kind of looking a little distant and kind of mumbling to himself, almost like miming cooking motions with his magical mage hands. And he seems a little lost in thought, but you do see him a couple blocks down from you as you kind of branch off from the main group.
Tails? Not the Tails. Are you all right?
Yes, sorry. I was learning how to make beef Wellington. Something of a tradition, I've been told.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I'm glad I caught you here, though. I don't mean to interrupt. If you're busy with beef Wellington, I suppose I can catch you another time.
No, I can make time for this.
So you know what I would intend to ask you.
Of course.
I don't mean to abuse your abilities, but I think that this is something that needs to be done.
At this point, given how directly involved I've gotten, I think it's only fair, and the rest of them may not trust her, but I do, and I think she deserves it.
I'm grateful to you.
As
When
am I to
you
you,
have...
Captain.
No, do not call me captain. I am not captain any longer. But I hope you do consider me a friend. And he holds his hand out to, like, shake his hand. Mage hand.
And you can see Tails kind of look at it somewhat apprehensively for a moment. And the mage hand flickers away. And he deposits the war-torn stump of a wrist into your palm and shakes your hand. No magic, just himself.
That's legit. Ivan is a little... He's going to allow himself a little pride and emotion here. And is truly grateful at that gesture. Right then. When you're ready, take me to her.
With a wave of his arm, Avron disappears. Okay, I'm gonna switch over the music real quick. Avron, you find yourself, as your senses again have to take a moment to adjust to Tails' teleportation. It's a sensation you never quite get used to. Tails did not come with you. He simply sent you on your way. No guarantee of when or if he'll come and get you, but you find yourself in the hallway outside of the GSIA main study, which typically Lord Els would be occupying, but you know that in his absence, Mistra and Melvin typically occupy. The lab that offshoots this area is where you had your encounter in Nightmare. It's dark in the facility. Most of the lights are off, and you estimate that most of the staff is, if not with you guys, then out enjoying the festivities, as it's still late afternoon at this point. While the facility is not totally lifeless, all is quiet where you happen to be. And directly ahead of you is the set of doors that you know lead into the main study, where whoever happens to be acting as leader for the GSIA at that moment resides.
Ron moves to the door and will give a knock.
All right, so you like open it up, but then like knock as it's already open.
Yeah, I suppose.
Okay.
Just as he's opening it, doesn't want to be rude, but doesn't know if anyone's in there. So.
Okay. Opening the door and kind of giving a knock on it as you enter, you find that the study is dark. The only light comes from a small lantern left on the desk itself, which is cluttered with various papers. And initially, you don't see anyone, but you smell the distinct odor of alcohol. And kind of looking around the room, no one responds whenever you knock, at least initially, but you kind of tentatively give another knock just to be sure, as you said, you don't want to be rude, and you can hear from behind the desk, "Come in."
Ron moves in and over to where he heard the sound.
Behind the desk of the GSAA office, you see Paladina Mistra. Her whitish blonde hair is in a unkempt frizz, which you know that she takes very deep care of her appearance. Her hair is a mess. Her hat lies on the floor nearby. Her undershirt is unbuttoned slightly, and her jacket hangs off of her shoulders. And she's just kind of clicking the heels of her shoes against the rug of the floor. And you can see a large bottle of what you recognize to be one of the alcohols from the Winter Festival in one hand. And again, she's a gnome. This bottle of alcohol is almost as big as she is, but every so often she kind of like tilts it and just like swigs from it, which to her credit, she manages to do relatively cleanly. But as she looks up at you, her gaze is bleary and her dark black eyes are visibly bloodshot. Although whether that's from the drink or from emotions, you don't know.
I think Ron will just take off any arms that he still might have and sit next to her. Hello, Polly.
Hey. And she kind of leans on your arm and kind of, you see her kind of click her heels together almost excitedly. And she looks up at you and, what took you so long? I was wondering when you guys would get back.
I'm sorry to make you wait all this time, but much has happened since last we saw each other.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Boss was too busy to make the holidays this year, and Els is off in Amelia City celebrating with the Hell Knights, and everybody's gone.
I can see that.
I couldn't even find
Why?
Melvin when I went to go find him.
Why are you still here? Why aren't you out and about?
Need to do my job.
Which is?
She lifts the Goldshine medallion from her chest and just walks it along her fingers and just kind of looks distantly at the just opposite wall, not even taking in what she's looking at, just kind of lost in thought. And Lord Els said you weren't coming back.
Lord Els said a lot of things. Yet here I am. And I am here not only to see you, to speak with you, to tell you of things that may be uncomfortable to hear.
You're a fucking buzzkill.
I have been cold, yes.
She adjusts her stance to sit cross-legged and putting her head on her hands, she just kind of looks at you with all the playful attention of a gnomish child. But you can see her still kind of clicking her heels against the against the flooring. And she smiles and, all right, enlighten me, Captain. What's on your mind?
Ron, I'm not going to, will recount most of what has happened since they last, or since they parted last. I think up until Jor, and then skipping how they found the facility and where the facility is, he will go into detail about the information they found pertaining to the party, Lord Elves, her, or what they might suspect is her, with
Okay.
being the witch. And so our lives have changed. Seems that Elves is a traitor to us all.
Oh, yeah, that figures. Whenever he said that someone among us was a traitor, everybody thought it was me.
Not everyone.
But you think that... And she puts a hand over where you know the scar on her chest to be.
It could be. There are many things still uncertain, but
I don't know how much of my life I can really remember then. 176 years now, and either they've been around way longer than we thought, or I've been tennieled.
it's a possibility. This is hard. It's hard for me.
Yeah, I bet. He was like a second father to you. It's probably really emotionally difficult to find out that he's been plotting against us and trying to kill you. Not to mention the fact that he's organizing a war that's going to get a lot of people killed if he gets his way. And that's to say nothing of if he does manage to actually release the priest, that could mean the end of all life. I bet that is very difficult for you. And she kind of pats your shoulder and just takes another swig.
Everyone was not thinking of that, but now he is. So his eyes like stare out, like that 1,000-yard stare. Like, oh yeah, no, okay, yeah, all right. Everything else kind of seems to be pointless.
And she looks at you, and whenever she sees you have that expression, she just...
I suppose all of that is quite difficult, but I
Oh, what were you worried about then?
and everyone will grab her hand. I think being that things are as they are, we may be put at odds, and I'm not sure I could do what I need to do, either with you in danger or you as the danger. I think this might have to be goodbye.
You can see that almost immediately the sobriety seems to take her by storm. Uh, and while she's still clearly very hazy, she does seem focused now. And and she traces a lanky finger along the scar on her chest, and Yeah, that makes sense. For what it's worth, if one of you is gonna have to kill me, I want it to be you specifically. You've always been my favorite. I can't stand the others, to be honest. Griaz smells funny. Utaka's just rude. Israel's, and Garrus talks too much. So, yeah, if it's all the same to you, I'm just fine with this. And she starts twirling one of her balisong daggers between her fingers.
Ivron will catch it, place it down, and we'll give her a kiss.
Which she returns.
I don't know what the future holds. Perhaps if we make this out of the alive, this could be something, but goodbye, Mistra. And he'll give her one long look, glance, and then begin to get up and walk out. Leaving behind the GSIA badge on the desk, if I had not canonically thrown it into the wasteland.
You had thrown it, but I'll say since it's not beyond salvaging, I'll say you could have grabbed it for this. Return it to its rightful owner, after all.
Yeah, sure.
However, you make it as far as the door before you hear her pipe up. Hold on. And you see her kind of shakily standing to her feet, and all of the kind of swaying, almost serpentine movement she would typically make when she moves, always moving with confidence and poise, has completely been replaced with just like these kind of somewhat tipsy waddles as she kind of swirls her way towards you and looks up at you with her familiar, wide, unnatural-looking smile on her face. And you're not doing this martyr bullshit with me today. It's the holidays, and that badge is a shitty gift. I want something.
Marta, what? Yes, a gift. I'm sorry, I don't think I have anything else to give you.
From what your brother says, you have one thing that I haven't taken from you yet.
What could that be?
Are you expected back anywhere tonight?
No. Nowhere in particular. Trying to save the location of the festivities.
All right, let's work on spreading some holiday cheer. Fade to black.
Bravo.
Does he?
And that's how we met your mother.
Ivron, do you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's appropriate.
The twists, the turns. This was cinematic brilliance.
No, we faded to black. There's no twists and no turns. We're not describing anything.
Exactly. On to the next scene.
Yeah, I was going to say, because the temptation.
No, I was talking about the twists and turns of the conversation that led us
I
to
know.
that.
Oh, yeah,
point.
the emotional conversation with
The
the whiplash.
emotional roller coaster I was brought on.
Well done.
Okay. Whew. All right.
Oh, thank you. You did very well also,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
said Mistra and Ivron the next day. Anyway, Garrus, scouring Liberty up and down, or sorry, the Silver Sanctum. Your superhero lair. Scanning the Silver Sanctum up and down. While there is not parks, as again, this place was made with function over form in mind, you are fortunate enough, however, to find fountains and similar things. If there are parks, you estimate them to be on the far outskirts of the city, too far for you to get reasonably, and it would take you very far away from the festivities. But you are able to find some very beautiful fountains nearby. They appear to be offline at the moment, but while they're somewhat dirty and aged, they appear like they'd be functional. Okay.
To be
Okay.
clear, for timeline reasons, Israel has been and left Basil's shop while he was doing all the cavorting around.
Oh yeah,
with
just
the
searching
fountains.
Liberty would have taken all that time.
Exactly. Like, there's certainly all that time that I could have been taking. She got her gifts and then went back to the party, figuring that they'll all turn up eventually at some point. So.
All right. Gaharis, you pick up your items and make your way back to the center festivities. Finding the bards is actually surprisingly not difficult. You, of course, know Vallejo to be a bard himself. And finding some additional bards among the various mercenary adventurers you've hired and just the people from the city that are staying here. It doesn't take you too much work, although they, of course, do gently request payment if they're going to put on a especially very improvised performance. Yeah. And you start making the arrangements. Dancing lights, prestidigitation to clean up the somewhat dirty area. Have the automatons make repairs to the water pumps to they basically are pumping water from the lake to funnel into the fountains. And after a while, it takes you some time, but as night is beginning to fall on Mazai, you are confident that you've gotten a relatively good display together and made the preparations you'd want. Yeah, Israel, what have you been doing for the last couple hours?
So when she deduced that most people had left to do their own party going, she would give them like time. She knows where most of them are going. None of them have gotten gifts. None of them had time to get gifts. So she knows that we're all going to be hitting Basil's at one point or another. So she's sort of like counting down in her head, like, okay, Griaz is left. When's he probably going to be done? Okay, Gaharis has disappeared. Got to figure that in. And then she would have gone to go get her gifts. And then she would have head back to the party, probably gotten changed. And she is wearing one of the gifts that she was given for the first time in this campaign, the gift of the green dress that Harris got her, that first dress that she got. And she's also wearing the emerald necklace that Griaz had stolen for her, as partly because it goes with the dress and partly because it was another of her first gifts. And this is a day of gift giving and remembering all the people who are our family, and these are her family. So she's then partying it up in her party threads and relaxing and drinking, as is her right on Haloa. So she's just having a good time.
All right.
Sorry, to to interrupt. I can see that you're having a lot of fun.
More fun now that you're here.
Well, the night's not over yet. I have somewhere I'd like to show you. If that's all right.
Of course. And she'll offer up her hand to be tugged wherever they are going.
And he'll take your hand. Roll an insight check.
Sure.
Unprecedented.
I know. Taking
You
something
love
from
it.
some of the other Tuesday groups.
Yeah. Love that shit. All right. Lucky for you, my insight's not that good. That's a 17?
Okay. His tail is flickering weirdly.
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 Can you describe weirdly?
Agitatedly, but like a nervous energy.
It's nervous agitation, not angry
yeah.
agitation.
Not angry.
Okay. Yeah.
And I will lead you to the fountain area. I think I definitely told the bards to hide. Like to play from like an alleyway or something with like the music. And I'll like escort you to this fountain with like the dancing lights of all different colors kind of moving in circles. And there's this fountain in the central of like the plaza, and it's all cleared out, and I will offer you a hand for a dance.
I think she is literally incapable of speech. She's just grinning. She's grinning so wide, but it doesn't have that uncanny nature that sometimes that sort of rictus grin has had around all of them. This is truly just, she is probably the most ecstatic she's ever been in her entire life. And she takes your hand ready to do whatever you want her to do at the moment. You could ask her anything. She would do it.
Yeah. And the bard successfully evade her notice.
Wonderful. So we start dancing. I think halfway through the dance, we start dancing without any song. And I think, are you having a good holiday? I must admit, I'm not too familiar with how they do it. Well, mostly on this continent. Or rather, anywhere other than the Barodels.
I'm sorry, I'm collecting myself. I can't. Okay. So as you're saying that, she's sort of like just letting you go. She physically cannot speak. She's just so happy. And when she tries, it does come out as giggles at first. And she says, I'm sorry. It's just, I'm probably the happiest I've ever been in my entire life. This hello is all about all the girls and all the women get to go out and have just all of the fun that all the men usually get to have the entire year. And so we go out and we dance and we dress our prettiest and have fun and don't worry about anything. And I think this trumps anyone that I've had any of the years that I was home.
Well, I think you should be able to do that any day. Do what you want. Have fun. I mean, what is life without fun, really? Then it's just a chore, and no one likes that. And Matt, can you change the music for me?
I was waiting for the signal, bud.
I got you. And the band kind of strikes up this slow melodic ballad as we start dancing, and the colors of the fireflies change, or not the fireflies, but the dancing lights change to the color of like fireflies like we saw in the forest, and begin to kind of float up and down in the backdrop as we kind of dance around the fountain. And at one point, as you go into a spin, I will let go of your hand and get on a knee. And Gaheris has a box, and in it is a ring. I'm really I don't know how some people do it. I mean, usually there's like a dowry or an arranged marriage, but Israel, since I've met you, you have made me a better person, and I've never known anyone like you that would care about someone like me. I know that I may be loud and obnoxious at times, and maybe not the greatest at, not the greatest, but I want you to know that with everything as uncertain as it is, the only thing I know is that there's no future I want that doesn't have you. And I don't need an answer right away.
Oh, no. So this whole time, as he has been giving this beautiful speech, at the end of her spin that she turned around and saw this, she is shocked. She is holding her middle. An arm is up, and she is literally flabbergasted. She had no comprehension that this would happen. And as he continues, he can see there's almost tears in her eyes as she just sort of like lets this wash over her, incapable of reacting. Up until the point he's like, you don't need to say anything. And she's sort of staggering forward. And then at one point she just throws herself literally at him, tumbles them both over, literally like sob crying. She's just like, yes. And she's semi-incoherent as she's just sort of responding that, of course, you idiot, you moron. And she's like clinging to you and literally sobbing into your neck. As she holds you like she's going to squeeze the life out of you.
Luckily, I have that plate armor +2 to keep me alive. But he just returns this bear hug, and like this audible sigh of relief is kind of like felt underneath the breastplate of the armor, and the tail kind of stops, flickering and just kind of wraps around you.
And when she calms down a little bit more and she's like sniffling, it's not fair. I was gonna give you, it's gonna be really meaningful, but you beat me to it. And she like kind of like shoves you. So you're gonna have to act surprised and touch. Okay?
I promise.
She's like wiping her eyes, trying to feel like she's some sort of composed as she has rolled around on the ground with you during this.
Yeah, Harrison's like, thank goodness I had the bards prestidigitate the place.
I don't even think she would have cared if she got dirt all over herself at this point, but it's nice touch. Thanks. We appreciate it.
As the two of you enjoy your...
I want to know what gift I got, Matt.
Israel, as the two of you enjoy your moment, what gift do you present Gaharis with?
So she has sort of like a small bag on her hip, and from this bag is a lovingly folded article of clothing she's been working on this entire time since she bought that black fine wool in Veilbright. And when she pulls it out, it's probably one of the most painstakingly embroidered vests that he's probably ever seen. It's similar in style to one of her dresses that she said was in the style of how people in her village wear it, and it has meaning, and the embroidery itself has symbols for like good health and, you know, long life and protection and things like this. But also symbols that are very particular to her family just specifically. And when she presents it, she explains, this, in my village, not everyone can afford rings of metal or fine gems. We live near a forest and woods. So families exchange linens. A groom will buy his bride his intended a beautiful dress. It may not be her wedding dress, but it is a beautiful dress. And in return, if she returns the courtship overtures, she will make him a suitable vest to wear on their wedding day. And so she presents him with that. And it is such that this is clearly a finely embroidered sort of thing that you can wear over a shirt and, you know, nice, you know, leggings and pants. And it wouldn't look out of place, but simply understated, but in an elegant way at a noble function.
Garrus takes it like really softly. There's like a portion of a moment where he goes, wait, did I propose when I bought her the dress? Like in the back of his head. And then he just kind of smiles, and there's this pause. I'd like to go see your village sometime. Maybe when all this is over.
We will. I mean, you still haven't met any of my family.
And you've met all of mine. all one.
Well, 2 if we're counting previous members.
That's true. Well, despite being a lord, I don't have a castle to present you, right? Oh, wait, I do. And I'll look to the bards and be like, all right, you're done, get out of here. Shoot them up. And then I'll like bring the blade out, and I'll just summon the entranceway to the massive castle inside.
You do.
Because I have
Gotta be
fed
charged.
the blade with the prisoners in Veilbright.
That's
No,
right.
Veilbright.
You
Right,
did.
yes.
You sure did. Man, you
Almost
were
like I was planning this for
exactly like
several sessions and kept it under wraps for once.
Israel, you watch as Garrus almost, well, actually quite literally, gently carves a hole through reality itself, creating a door to nightmare. And hesitant as you are to return to that place again, on the other side of the darkness, you can already see Garrus. What sort of castle did you and Nightmare design when you had nightmares that night?
So, to others, this might be a fear, but it is the fear of perfection. It is a castle that is warm, inviting, of several towers and spires of gold and silver and alabaster white bricks that rise up nearly to the heavens. Every wall is perfectly made. The bricks are all even, all symmetrical. There is a massive gate that opens into this large hall that is almost always surrounded by the perfect amount of friends. So whoever you envision as your friends, there is a facsimile of them that spawns in the perfect reality And, you know, the perfect foods are always perfectly cooked. The atmosphere is always perfect. The weather is always perfect. And that's the flaw in it. Is that...
Yeah, that's the horror.
Yeah, that's the horror, is that you know it has this unnatural feeling to it.
It's kind of like that first place we were in Nightmare, where we're like, everything's just ever
Pretty
so
hunky-dory.
slightly off.
Yeah, which was
Ominous.
Garrus's inspiration. And Garrus will lead her in. And now to you, Otaka, with the news.
Yeah, I was going to say, quite literally, fade to black as the door to Nightmare shuts.
Hey,
Utaka.
Grias?
Yeah, bud, what's up?
You seen Ivron anywhere?
Not for a
Like,
while, no.
I've been looking and I can't find him.
I mean, it's holidays. Maybe he had an errand to run.
Yeah.
Maybe he's buying gifts.
Yeah.
I learned that that's a thing we should do.
Right.
You got something you need him for?
No, not really, I guess.
Okay. Well, I was gonna go get something badass done real quick. If you want to come with me, if you ain't got nothing else
That's
to do.
great, because I was hoping you could do something badass for me.
Yeah, okay. Mine involves going somewhere else. So, what is yours?
Can Barry and I come?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Let's see if I can find Tails again.
Okay.
Everybody wants Tails today.
So while you're looking around for the wizard, Utaka, you and Barry keep pace with the bugbear. However, as you start making your way back into the depths of the festivities to find your divination wizard, you hear a small voice pipe up behind the pair of you. Utaka?
Hey, Regina.
And you can see she's wearing a very nice dark blue. And you notice that she's wearing a necklace that initially seems like pearls, but on closer inspection, it actually has something more akin to scales, whether it's those of a fish or some kind of other creature, you can't tell. But it's a lot of dark midnight blues, and her hair is while you currently have her hairpin, her hair is tied back rather than in the severe bun she normally kept it in a more loose and casual ponytail just to keep it out of her face. And she kind of nervously putting her fingers together, and you can see that her fingernails are actually painted black. She kind of nervously puts her fingers together, and I tried to catch up to you after I saw you buying gifts from Mr. Basil. If you two are busy, I can check in another time.
Doc, I'll catch up with you later.
Okay.
He ain't busy at all. No.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bramblepelt.
Don't leave without me.
I'll wait.
Okay.
Regina looks kind of nervous and kind of initially is like looking everywhere that's not you. But eventually she kind of I noticed that your friends have been wandering off a little bit. Everyone's kind of breaking off and doing their own thing. So I thought maybe I would come find you.
Yeah. Been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, we've both been really busy.
How'd that fish do? In the bathtub?
Oh, it's doing very well. I'm making sure that all the animals are taken care of. In
Did you bring them
truth,
with you?
no, um, Dr. Tails said it would be for the best if I only brought the essentials with me, but I hired somebody in Veilbright to look after them for me while I'm away. And they kind of glance to your head and smile a little bit, and I see you still kept my hairpin.
Yeah. I'll reach up and kind of pull it out and kind of like shake his hair free. Did you want it back?
Oh, no, I just didn't expect you to keep it for all this time.
You would not believe how useful it's been.
I'm glad. I can't imagine.
Like, it's really hard to describe how useful it's been.
That's
It's gonna help us fix the swamps.
Really?
Yeah. See?
Wow.
And he's gonna like reach down and pull out this like decrepit rat.
Yeah, and she instinctively kind of flinches away, but kind of steadying herself, she doesn't touch it, but she does kind of ease her breathing and look at it, and
Oh, right.
it's okay. I've had time to... It's good to know that it's doing some good in the end.
Yeah.
I never did thank you properly for setting me free. I could work for the rest of my life and never pay you back for that. I never thought I'd see the outside of Little Pine, let alone be able to feel my skin clear, my hair clean.
We seem to have traded that, didn't we?
You seem a lot better suited to it than I am. It works for you, I think. If I didn't know any better, I'd say the creatures were almost cute.
Well, they are. So now you know better.
Thank you for enlightening me, Utaka.
You're welcome. I live to enlighten? Yeah, that's a thing I do.
All hail.
Someday, maybe.
I know you are probably very busy with Mr. Bramblepelt, but are you busy tonight?
I don't think so.
Are you sure? I don't want to...
Yeah, no.
I did a little bit of reading on holiday traditions where you come from. I figured, given how you grew up, you probably didn't get the chance to have a proper holiday when you were young, did you?
Wait, you want me to like cook for you?
No. I was
I mean, I
going...
can make like a stew at if we make a campfire or something. I don't really know how to make much else.
I was going to say, I think given everything you've done for me, I think given the circumstances, it might be acceptable if we forego tradition just the once. I know my way around the kitchen whenever it's clean. And I'd like to make something for you if you'd be interested. Normally I'd be a little more nervous about breaking traditions again, but I think with you here, I'll get away with it.
Here, he's gonna kind of reach back into his bag and pull something out. I know I used to like message you more before all this got so fucking crazy.
You've been busy, I understand.
Yeah, you would not believe how yeah. He pretended to be a dragon. They believed it. They believed it.
You're a very good actor, I can imagine.
I am exceptional. I was like bam bam and like and then there was the fire and then I was like and they thought it was like roar.
Maybe you can get a third god as a trickster.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, we're a bit far from home, but I'm sure one of these places should have a working kitchen, if you're not otherwise occupied.
Yeah, no, I'll here, and he's gonna hand her the thing he pulled out of his bag.
Yeah, you muted.
He's going to hand her the thing that he pulled out of his bag, and deposit a runed stone in her palm. So you can talk to me when you need to.
Thank you. I don't have much to give you in return. I'm afraid my talents are best experienced under duress, but if you ever need anything from me, I'll be there, no matter what. You did a lot for me that you didn't have to. I've forgiven the others for the things they would have done had they been in your position, but you spared my life, gave me the ring so I wouldn't be in the dark again, relieved me of my burden, and used my gift to do some good in the world.
It always bothered me how they treated you.
I can't blame them, but
Well, I can. You haven't seen how nice they are to Tenniel. But you, like, I don't like it.
I'm touched. Let it be known that I've more than forgiven them, and nice or not, I feel like you all needed to be together to do what you did. You're strong, but I think even you would have had a hard time by yourself. Maybe now. You probably could have gotten through it on your own, but I think we're all in a better place now. I certainly am. Are you happy, Notaka?
I don't know.
What would you need to be happy? And you can feel her fingers entwine with yours.
He thinks for like a long several moments. I've been trying to be happy for so long, and I don't think I even know what that looks like. Everyone else does it. They all figured it out.
You can see her gaze travels briefly to the disheveled rat in your other hand before traveling back to yours, and she bends down a little bit to look you directly in the eyes. And you can see this close to her that while her hair is tied back, it's still a little bit messy. She's never looked quite as prim and proper since Vermin Hollow, but she looks you in the eyes, and I used to feel the same way, but do you think maybe we can try to figure it out together?
If you want me to disappoint you, sure.
You can never disappoint me, Otaka. After living a life devoid of even simple pleasures, even just you being there is enough. After everything, I don't want for anything anymore. I'm content as I am.
And I'm not.
She
It's never enough.
She puts a hand to your face and kind of gently runs her palm along the side of your face.
He like blinks rapidly, like he's not used to being touched like that.
You're more than enough as you are, Taka. You did for me what nobody else was willing to do or would even be able to. You saved my life and gave me one that I'm still not sure I deserve. But I accept it because you say it's what's coming to me. You don't need to be anything more than what you are, Taka. She smiles and kind of nervously pushes her hair over her ear, seeming like she kind of got caught up in the moment and now isn't quite sure what to do with herself, and kind of backs away from you a bit nervously. And
he's gonna reach forward, like, and pull her neck closer and then kiss her. No running away.
Which she jolts and then leans into and returns.
I gotta go. I'm gonna make yeah, oh god. Pretend that I'm not messing up my words. My brain is a fog. I'm gonna make Griez do something really cool. And he can't say no because I already paid for it. So.
Alright.
I don't know if he's okay with you coming. Hey, Griaz, are you okay with her coming?
Why are you... I've been watching the whole damn thing. Why are you leaving?
What? Her?
Yeah.
Why am I leaving?
Yes.
Can we walk in like just walk in? Oh, this is a great.
Sure.
Is that okay with you two? Is that cool?
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
I'm gonna go do this thing. Regina, Utaka would very much like to take you for a walk somewhere quiet and private.
There is a fountain that way. I think there's 5 bards like behind us, like packing their instruments. I'm like, get back over there.
The Vallejo just like puts their hands up and immediately just starts like scurrying to get the bards moving.
You also have some musicians.
But I
This is a lot.
I don't want any of that. Say, make them go away.
I mean, they're paid for by the hour, so really you can tell them to do whatever you want.
Go away or we'll kill you.
The bards quicken their pace, and Regina kind of tugs on your sleeve, Utaka, and just, you can go if you want, but
I don't want to go. I just want to. Griaz, I need you to help me.
Okay, this is the importance of communication. Regina, would you like to accompany us? No pressure whatsoever. Or would you like to have some private time with your new partner?
What?
I don't know.
Oh my.
No labels attached.
I.
Well,
Hey,
where?
Utaka, guess what? We're
What?
engaged. And she shows off a ring.
Congratulations, not helping.
Congratulations, both of you. Where is it that the two of you are wanting to go so badly?
Yeah, where are we going, Griaz?
I looked at Griaz.
I thought we'd be going to Handy Dandy Thieves Guild, so I didn't know that was necessarily somewhere Gina wanted to.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot. Yeah, you're right. Communication is good.
Right.
We should try that more often.
I think.
You guys want your gifts now or later? Like,
Yes. Yeah, let's do that now.
Utaka, I'll start preparing your dinner.
No, you ain't
He's
got to
gonna
do
look
that.
at Israel.
There's beef Wellington, which damn well better be made right now.
So bad for
dinner's
tails.
handled. Regina, you just relax. You know what? You relax. We'll be back.
Relax. Okay, I can do that. Relax. And she kind of starts like brushing her hair back and kind of twitches a bit nervously and
I think you're right. I don't know if I want to go to a thieves guild right now, but could you do this thing for me?
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Okay.
Yes. What's up?
Thank you. And he's going to pull out a rolled up scroll and hand it to you. I need you to use this.
What is it?
You'll know.
Oh gosh!
We just talked about communication that was going so well for
But it
such
should
a
make
short
sense to
period of
you.
time.
Just read it.
All right.
He unrolls it and
It's just
like
the lyrics to Rickroll.
I'm worried it's like Fireball cast on self. Call lightning, target
No,
you.
it's just you unroll it and it's a
Ceremony.
series of stick figures depicting an elaborate plan.
It's just
He hands it to you, and he like nods like really deeply, and then like gestures with his head towards Barry.
Okay, gosh dang it. That was part of your dang gift. I
What?
learned this one on my own recently.
Fuck. Shouldn't have paid.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll make your aunt smart.
Perhaps next year you should make lists.
We did make. What's the point of sharing lists?
Wait, you could do the garnet too. Garnet.
Zenzor isn't a surprise.
Yeah, I'll make all your damn pets smart. I don't care.
Garnet's not really a beast.
Nathan is already very smart.
Yeah, Naden is also not a beast. I'm not doing shit with Naden. Naden terrifies the hell out of me.
but you know who is. And he raises up the decrepit rat again.
What's up, buddy?
Okay, fine.
And
I will do all of that when I get back.
Oh.
Gaharis, it's at this point you feel a sudden and initially jolting, but after a moment familiar sensation of pressure on your horns and the kind of cool
Everyone's
drip
been stabbed.
of and the cool drip of giant chameleon drool.
Oh, hello, Francine. It is so nice to see you here.
Fine.
They reappear.
Everybody, this is Francine. I think that everyone has met before.
Yes.
Israel
Has
throws her
Francine
arm
grown?
around.
Yes, actually, Francine has gotten a little bit bigger at this point. Whereas before they already were larger than human size. At this point, they're easily at this point they could literally scoop Gaharis up and just kind of jiggle him like a little doll.
My baby. My
And,
baby.
like, Israel is like hugging.
Oh, yeah.
At this point, two of you could ride Francine comfortably.
Love it.
I love it.
I
So
love Fran.
I know that everyone isn't here because I haven't seen them. So I have no doubt that he is doing something.
I
But
also love the idea that Gaharis has a sense that either everyone is dead or is getting busy, and one is more likely than the other.
yeah. Well, I mean, in both scenarios, he's getting stabbed.
Yeah, but
You just called your brother out like that on stream. My
how
God.
dare you?
Hey,
How dare you do him like
Stream
that?
is shameless. I
That
see what they-
absolutely
I see what
true
they say.
fact is meant to be private.
Anyways,
How dare you say something so controversial and yet so true?
anyways, so I don't have your presence here, but I've contacted a individual who is going to hatch all of the dragon eggs for all of us. So that is your present.
Oh.
Cleo hear that?
Are we doing
Like
presents
she
right
swore
now?
she saw Cleo here.
That's fine. We can do presents right now. Riaz will just pull out his bag of holding and just kind of shake it a little bit and pull some stuff out. All right. Let's see. What do we get? Gaharis, I got you this handy dandy cloak of the bat. You can fly now, and I thought it would go with your nifty armor. So enjoy flight.
Thank you.
Everyone's all safe for later. Utaka, I got you these goggles of night so you can actually fucking see in the dark every now and then. And then I was also going to awaken your pets, which I guess same brain.
Yeah.
And Israel, I got you
Maybe
this
you could use one of them on the thing I'm going to give you.
Okay. Israel, I got you this hunter's coat because you are the best dang hunter, and I thought it looked nice, and yeah. It's not exactly wedding appropriate, but and then also I got treats for your pets, except for Nathan, who I think just eats souls, and I didn't have any spares. There's little goodie bags for all them. Okay.
Israel's actually going to take out of her bag. There is a chest, and in the chest she has all the things that she bought. First thing she hands out is for Utaka, and it is the bracer of flying daggers, because she's like, because I know how much you hate losing them. This creates endless ones, so you can throw as much as you want. Have fun. And then pats. Enjoy that.
I will have fun.
Right. Next in, she pulls out two things for her absolute favorite bugbear, Riaz. She presents you with a hook of Fisher's Delight and the fork of bees. And she explains that it has a few charges, 3 to be exact, and recharges daily at dawn. And as an action, you can yell bees and expend a charge to summon a swarm of bees, such as the swarm of wasps from the Monsters Manual. And it is
Good
a
roll.
fork with a beautiful stripy handle that looks like a bee.
I love it. Like you.
Yes. She said, I saw it and all I could think of was you. Enjoy.
I will.
And then the hook of Fisher's Delight is just, it makes you really good at fishing. And you can find some really cool magical fish when you fish with it. And it's
Hell
neat
yeah.
and stuff. And she thought that would be enjoyable for you in your swamp, is to find magical fish that do weird things.
I will find them, I will catch them, and I will devour them. Thank you, Israel.
You're very welcome. And then, so I'm gonna get rid of that one, that one. She presents to Harris an even tinier box. Well, not tiny, because Naden's shoes are not very tiny at all, but it is the size of a set of horseshoes, and it is a stacked set of magical horseshoes that are the horseshoes of speed to make Naden faster. Because why not? He is now 30 feet faster. You're welcome. He flies.
I go 150 feet turn
Yes.
now.
Yeah, you sure can.
My
Have fun.
God.
I'm never gonna see Nathan again.
At the speed of nightmare, you
And
run.
you can fly.
Yeah. And then, yeah, she considers for a moment. And yeah, the rest are for Ivron. There are two things in there, but they are both for Ivron. So she just closed the box and it's like, okay, we're done. I'm glad you all like that.
I feel somewhat bad. I wasn't able to get gifts for any of you.
It is perfectly fine. We killed the dragon.
You did not kill me. I went on the record.
As
I
I
And you weren't even
understand it,
here.
I was
Very
dead.
true.
she just kind of nods and points to Utaka, like just what they said basically. But she gives a smile and I suppose I'll go find Mr. Bramblebell. Did you say that you had Dr. Tails working on the feast for the night?
In addition to the rest of the gentlemen that were participating, that is correct. I need to find Dr. Tails as well to accomplish my particular goals. But yeah, happy solstice, y'all.
Happy holidays, Grias.
If you need a banquet hall to eat at, I have a castle that is up for several hours still, I presume.
It's a bit of a weird castle, but it is a castle.
What?
Yeah, do you want to see? She'd be like,
Okay, wait. We're not done with presents.
Oh, sorry.
That's true.
Okay. He's going to reach back and start pulling things out. You points at Harris and hands you a scroll. You're supposed to take it.
I take it and I'll look at it. What does it do?
It is a scroll of Find Greater Steed.
Nathan can have wings.
Yeah. I'll help you when you want to cast it, okay?
I appreciate that. I got really good at singing in the past 3 days.
What?
Oh, you weren't here. I disguise self. As, hi everyone, I'm Joe Normal Man.
I thought whenever you went to hold your nose and I knew you were going to do a voice like that, I immediately was just, you disguised as Melvin.
Oh no.
Grias is panicking. I lost him. Where'd he go?
He looks uncannily like Melvin, but bigger, so it's like Melvin's brother.
Yeah, it's
like Melvin if he was
Melvin's
buff.
brother.
It's Melvin if he had gone to the gym more than the 2 times
Exactly.
we dragged him in Vale Bright.
I'll make you better at casting that, because I know it's like a little beyond you, but I can help, okay?
That is perfectly fair.
And then this is because I know you like making an entrance, so I want you to be able to do that literally wherever you need to. And he's gonna hand you a portable hole.
Oh my gosh.
And you, and he's gonna turn to Grias. I got you a tree, and he's gonna pull out a necklace from a bag, and it is just like a leather cord with a couple beads on it, and at the bottom there's a carved little wooden tree.
Thank you, Taka. This is very nice of you.
You can plant it.
And I will. Is it scented?
No, it's like a 60-foot tree.
Oh shit. Okay, cool. All right, neat.
So
Yeah.
if you don't need the scroll to help bury, you could
Have a new tree friend. All right.
Oh yeah, also this is for you, and he's gonna hand you a potion. And you too, and he will pull out an identical potion for Israel. When we need to kill elves, this will help. It just it's gonna like fry him real good.
She takes it. What is this potion?
It is a potion of maximum power.
Ooh.
So when you cast a spell, you will do max damage. And right, and just in case anyone wants to like fuck with us, these are for you. And he's gonna hand you, Israel, 2 scrolls of counterspell.
Thanks.
Going down the list.
There's just a pile of loot with Ivron's name on it.
Yep, there's some stuff. All right, this is for you. And he's gonna give you a green shoulder bag with multiple pouches on the side of it. It is a handy haversack for Israel.
Oh, thank you. Immediately, the scrolls go in there. Then the little potion gets tucked in there, and she's like, I'll move some stuff around. Thank you.
And I got these. They're like, I'm gonna hold on to them, but they're kind of for all of you, just so I can like resurrect you if you die, inevitably. So you're
neat,
welcome.
Cool, great. Love that.
I'll hold on to them, just in case. Okay.
Okay.
Can you give
Like I said-
Mary her present?
Before that, I have, one last gift. I'm gonna pull out Joran's Bane in a sheath and walk over to Griaz. Griaz, if Ivron and I, if something happens to us and we aren't able to get to you-know-who, this dagger, as long as it puts a scratch on him, will. It will kill any magical creature, or any creature that has magic within it, almost instantaneously. I don't trust myself with a dagger. But even afterwards, I think you deserve to have it the most.
I appreciate that. That's quite a gift.
Because it takes someone who respects life to respect death.
Mighty dangerous too, so if you don't mind just dropping that into the bag of holding.
Yeah, drop it in.
Get that out later. Yep. Okay.
All right. Is that everything taken care of in this area? Or,
Onward to the meal?
well,
Oh, we have Barry, and then Griaz needs to go to the Thieves Guild.
oh yeah, that's why I was asking, because
Yeah.
it sounds like Griaz wants to head out soon.
Yeah, I will unravel the scroll and read off the spell of Awaken. So let me go ahead and just pull that up so I know the specifics of it.
When you use a scroll, does it like just instantaneously cast it, or does it like do you still have to go through the normal casting time?
If it's a spell that is already on your spell list, it allows you to cast the spell without expending the spell slot. So you would
Well, I'm asking because I believe Awaken takes 8 hours to cast, doesn't it?
Oh, does it?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's an 8-hour
That's
process.
why I assumed that
Gotcha.
Grizz was just going to do it tonight. Like,
Okay, I didn't read that.
I
All
only
good.
know that because my warlock had Awaken, so I had how that spell works memorized.
Yeah, I don't know. That I guess that's a DM ruling if you think that if it's a spell you already know and could cast, if a scroll would speed it up. I think rules as written is going to be the casting time, but for fluff,
Okay, well, I'll say Utaka, does it make a huge difference to you if it happens right now or just like tonight?
No, Barry can get her present after Christmas. It's fine.
That'll be on Christmas Eve.
I mean, I gave Barry a Sperry the Berry today.
As long as you're actually happy, I don't want to upset you.
It's fine. It's fine.
In that case, Grass, presents have been exchanged, but you have a little bit before the feast is prepared. Do you want to go seek out Tails for another taxi run?
Yeah, I will be back for the feast. Don't wait for me. This hopefully shouldn't take too long.
We'll look for you. Be safe.
Hopefully not. That's a goal.
Like, okay. Have fun.
Enjoy yourself.
And Griaz will go to find Tails.
Okay. Just so I can keep track. What are the rest of you gonna do while that's going on?
I'll show them my heckin' castle.
All right.
So that way
take
we're
them on a
all in
castle.
one convenient spot for when
Thank you.
Griaz gets back.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. In that case, Griaz, give me just a second. I need to check your character sheet for something. Okay. Griaz, you make your way further down the thoroughfare as the party starts making their way back up to where the bards had run in terror to check out Griaz's castle. You've still not seen Ivron anywhere, but he's probably fine. Wherever he is, he's probably just trying to get to the bottom of things. But with any luck, he won't be too laid up by it. Making your way through the streets. At this point, night is beginning to fall and people are beginning to settle. The automatons have deactivated for the night. The goblins have taken over their patrols, although for the most part, there's not much need for it. Most people are concentrated in the, not center, but the sort of localized area around the hotel you guys are bunking at. So you just start scouring the area looking for Tails. Although, because you are a perceptive boy as always, as you're just kind of politely making your way through the crowd looking for your divination wizard, you notice that someone is following you. And looking over your shoulder, you see Buckler is trailing you. Although whenever you turn and unless you go out of your way to hide that you've seen her.
I'll let her follow me for a little bit. But if I notice that, I will stop looking for Tails and try to confirm, take a couple of weird turns and see that she's followed me.
All right. She does continue to follow you after you've done this. And you, taking these weird turns, end up getting to a more isolated part of the city further in, where most of the people don't stray. And again, the automatons have depowered for the night, so even the automatons are not patrolling this late. And the moment the two of you are alone, you can hear her not even bothering to hide anymore. Just, I should have known. Nothing gets past you, huh?
Do you need something, Brooke?
No, well, need is a strong word. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I've been keeping an eye on things, watching how things are transpiring, and look, Harris and Israel have their thing going on. Utaka's got something going on with that weird bug woman, and I don't know where your captain is, but I'm going to wager that he's getting in on the festivities himself. I'm bored, and my crew are all busy.
And
Entertain me.
I had something else I was going to do.
Oh, well, if you got something else going on, mind if I tag along?
I said I had.
Ah.
All right.
She puts her hands together and just, thank the gods. Let's find a quiet spot away from the central festivities, shall we? Hate to disturb anyone.
Fuck it. Let's find a closet and get weird.
You get stabbed. 1, I'm not surprised. 2, thank you so much, Matt, for this truly video game moment before the final battle moment where you resolve all your romantic subplots.
It's funny because it wasn't even intentional. Jeremy had been the one to suggest the Mistra one. You two did your thing of your own initiative.
That's
Regina,
because I wanted it to be a surprise. The only thing I told you was I need romantic music.
Regina was already following Utaka from the moment Utaka bought those gifts from there, and the moment Brooke saw everyone else hooking up, she's just like, well, fucking, I'm not just gonna sit on my hands.
There's a big bugbear man right there.
Yeah.
What else would I be doing? I love this a lot, so I need to let you know. Okay.
I do. I just want to say before we get back to it, I do just want to say I love you two have this genuinely beautiful proposal and dance. Utaka and Regina have this awkward but still wholesome and meaningful thing of interacting with each other. Avron and Mistra, it's messy but they're doing their best. Just two people doing their God's damn best. And then there's just I'm bored. Yeah, me too. All right. Wait, I think we covered all the bases there.
Honestly, Brooke, it wasn't even going to be a harpy whose name I can't remember right now, so.
That being said, Griaz, I know you had a scene planned regarding Brooke. Do you want to just do that after?
Yeah, I think that's probably best.
Okay. In that case, night settles over the winterlands of Mazai. Kenny Caldwell's freezing abilities bringing in an unnatural but fitting snowfall that cools the entire surrounding region. And Harrison, Israel, after you baptize the new castle, so to speak, the pair of you tour your comrades through the castle itself, and the festivities begin to slowly wind down. People start finding either houses or hotel rooms in the area to just sleep in for the night, contenting themselves that it seems like they'll be staying here for the immediate future. The only thing left to tend to is the feast. Griaz, your personal business with Brooke is about wrapped up. And at this point, it's well into the night, and the feast will be beginning soon. And I'll say, if you actually want to go with your suggestion that you just found a closet,
we probably found a hotel room, depending on where we were. There's
no,
be some,
hotel room is totally doable.
Yeah.
We're a little classy here.
Yeah, you're classy. Putting her boots and jacket back on, but her hair still wild without her hat. She seeming much more relaxed and in a better mood as she's putting her boots back on. Thanks for that. I'd say just like old times, but I think that's actually a new one.
Yeah, well, you learn some stuff given a little bit of time.
I bet.
How's that whole curse thing going for you and your crew?
Well, about as well as it can. Look, without getting into the details, I was hoping that this would do something for me, but no luck.
Can't win them all.
That's nothing to do with you. It's...
No, I don't take it personal. What I do take personal, Brooke, is you said you were honest with me earlier, but I'm worried you ain't been honest with me in a long time, and that's fine. I mean, we knew each other a long time ago when being honest wasn't an honest thing to do. I want you to cut the bullshit, Brooke. What do you want? What are you doing here?
So it's like that then. And she finishes tightening her boots and stands up and straightens her jacket. Were you planning on asking that the whole time, or did you want to see how this went first?
I knew how it was going to go. That wasn't a surprise. To be honest, I was planning on asking you this anyway tonight. It's the way that I had planned on it, but opportunities arise.
Among other things.
Among other things. And that's not to say that this was not an unenjoyable event altogether, but we're past that now.
Yes, we are.
Just why get involved with them?
You've seen what's become of us. This goes beyond the Thieves Guild, any code of honor we had, smuggling in the swamps, Griaz. I'm tired. 10 years. I've been stuck like this. I can't feel anything. I can't taste anything.
You?
If they can give a creep the ability to persuade anyone, if they can give some random woman the ability to draw vermin to her, I'm sure that they're more than capable of giving a crew of smugglers the ability to actually feel things with their goddamn fingers.
Brooke, they aren't curing curses. They're giving them out. And they're hurting people while they do it. Fuck it, Brooke. You're hurting my home. Now, I do care about you, and I have for a long time, which is why I don't have a knife to your throat right now. I want to give you a chance to explain yourself, because I believe that you are, none of us are good people, but I believe that you are at least somebody worthy of redemption.
I did appreciate your offer of help, but by then it was already too late. I've been in deep with these people for years. All they asked me to do was deliver them from Jor and from the other ports to here. That's all they ever had me do. And occasionally deliver creatures to them for testing. That's why I got into capturing mimics and things.
Brooke, you can't sit as a finger on the hand and pretend you don't know what the other fingers are doing. You were part of this, and I'm not saying that you did something as bad as the rest of them, but God, you're a captain, Brooke. You've been at sea. You know that no matter how deep you get, you keep swimming up. Why'd you swim down? Why do you continue to do so? There ain't nothing down there.
I didn't know what else to do. The Goldshine investigators would have killed me, or they would have tried.
Fuck them. They aren't what they said they were anyway.
We had already gotten in too deep. There wasn't a way out. The Goldshines would have killed us, or tried. And
okay, well, they ain't gonna do that now. So what's your excuse? You got one, or you ready to cut this shit out?
it was
The way I see it, there's three options. Either I end this right here and now, which I'm sad to say would be incredibly easy.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would. I let you go, and you get to go live your life however you want to live it, and maybe we meet again, and maybe that ain't pleasant, maybe it is. Or you can start swimming up. I'm giving you a hand, Brooke. You got good folk around you now. You don't have to turn against them. You don't have to say anything or do anything against them. You don't even have to necessarily help them. But this is your chance to start swimming towards the surface. It's folk that can help you and not fuck over others while they're doing it.
Make a persuasion check.
It was the first roll of the night. What is my
Yeah, it's been like all role play.
Yeah. It's a 16.
Not the first one, second, but fair.
So, yeah.
She kind of nervously clenches and unclenches her fingers, and she kind of speaks more to herself, and you don't even get the impression she's saying it as like a statement of power, and more just kind of like a almost like she is more demoralized by the statement than she wants you to be, as she kind of mumbles to herself. Even with your magic, there's nothing you can do. Trust me, I've tried. But I don't want to keep doing this, but with their power, the things they could do to me, to my crew, there's so few of us left now. They have the rest of them held to keep us in line. I can't just leave them to their fate, Grias. I have a responsibility to them. You said it yourself. I'm a captain.
You aren't alone in this. You're in a city full of people. You're surrounded by people. It's you talk about just my magic. It's not just my magic anymore, Brooke. It's all these folks adding up together. And we won't just leave your crew to it. You join us. We care about people. We've cared about you. They've known for a few days now, but even more than that. Has any of them turned against you, put a blade to your throat? They gave you a chance. I'm giving you a chance. Stop making excuses. Please, come on.
At this point, I don't even care if you can fix me. Just promise me you'll get the rest of my crew out of those people's hands. Whatever happens to us then, well, we can't be any worse off than we are now.
Work with us, Brett. Help us to fight them. We've already started. We're already going to anyway.
What can we do against them? We're immortal, invulnerable, sure, but at the end of the day, my talent with a blade doesn't stand up to much compared to what we're up against.
I mean, the folks that I've been with, just a few folks, the stuff that I've seen them do, taking out several of these individuals, making friends of them, the ones that they don't take out. It's power beyond the blade, bro. Not to mention the fact that a couple of them have literal armies behind them, which, I mean, talk about privilege, but you've captained a ship, Brooke. You know there's strength in numbers. And right now you're sitting on the side with as few fucking people on it as possible, and they're dropping every day. We're on the side that's gaining people by the second.
What would you have me do? If I don't report in, they'll torture them.
Then report in. You know? But you're going to be helping us. This ain't the first time you played double agent, and I know you get a kick out of it, so just do what you're good at. Drop the red. You look better in silver anyway.
You know, I wanted to accept you off for the moment you made it. I was frightened.
That's okay.
I'm not like you, Grias. I never understood spirits and magic and curses. I'm just trying to make an honest living for me and the girls, that's all. And we got in over our head. We got greedy. I thought I could be like you, but I don't know if I can.
You know, people talk about being greedy like it's a bad thing for wanting things. I don't think it's bad to want stuff. Everybody wants stuff. Just matters the stuff you want. You want what's best for your crew. I don't think that's greedy at all. And they'll just hold out a hand for her. We can make things right. You're never too deep.
An emotion almost akin to a drowning victim reaching out for the surface. Her hand reaches out for yours, and as night is passing over Mazai, a silver of moonlight manages to streak through the clouds of snow, past the tides, through the glass of the dome, the glaciers, and manages to reach through the window, and you see her hand become like bones in the moonlight as her hand enters yours, and she looks down at the back of her hand in disgust and what you recognize now as fear.
And he'll just pull her into a hug and just hug her in full skeletal form.
And indeed, as you pull her closer to you, her full form enters the moonlight, revealing the injuries she suffered over a decade of this curse, but her body simply refusing to die. You had seen earlier with your true sight, lost a nose and presumably a sword fight. Their jaw is broken. So much damage that refuses to show, that she can't even feel. She would be delighted just to feel even that. But all she's left with is nothing. But while she can't feel the warmth of the embrace itself, she does sink into it for what it's worth.
I care about you, Brooke. Even like this, I still care about you. It's going to be okay.
She's silent, but sinks into the embrace further. Does anyone else have any immediate activities they want to get up to on this holiday eve? All right. You spend the night of the holidays in the company of those you hold dear. The feast arrives. The food is not perfectly prepared by any stretch of the mind, but Tails is not necessarily the greatest cook. And Griaz, you can catch him mumbling complaints about how he could see that he was going to mess it up, but couldn't stop himself from doing it. But you enjoy a peaceful feast, friends and allies. As the holiday night comes to an end, before more time passes, shall we just assume that Griaz awakens the vast majority of you guys' companions over the course of the
Wake
next
up!
few days?
I cast my spell on Barry.
Yeah, he's going to take a level of exhaustion and just kind of work through the night. So if Yao's around, let's get some Yao talking. Let's get Barry.
All right, so
we'll give Garnet a shot. Who knows?
all right, so basically get
miracle.
Would it
Yeah,
work on Garnet? Would you let it work on Garnet?
Isn't Garnet a familiar? Can't you already kind of like talk to
Yeah, I was
Garnet?
gonna say, I'm gonna say since a familiar you can already telepathically communicate with, and it'd be kind of weird because the whole
It'd be more similar to a warlock familiar at that point.
yeah,
Because some of them can talk.
yeah. Honestly, that's a toughie.
Leave it to the dice.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna say sure. I'll say sure.
Oh no.
So yeah, over the next few days, Griaz will awaken everyone's various mounts. And as what is likely to be your last peaceful night for some time comes to an end, and you all settle in for the long road you have to hoe ahead of you.
I will say this. If we haven't seen sight of Ivron by the time I wake up, I'm going to have Tails send Ivron.
I was gonna say I learned scrying recently. just checking on him. We don't have to bug him.
I would say Ron probably walks in at some point early in the dawn hours with
Yeah. Tails can easily
pedal
go
boots
retrieve
in
you.
hand as he's trying to sneak through the city. Walk of shame. No, but he doesn't have a walk of shame. But yeah, he'd probably show up before the dawn anyways.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, Ivron has returned in the morning by the time you.
Then we don't need to scry and send.
Okay. So, as your holiday night comes to an end, we cut to Squaw launch their attack on ground, but are met with the full force of the Emelian Empire army who had come to investigate what had happened in Jor, and were said to have been led by Empress Emilia Rosetta IV herself. It would have been an abject slaughter for the Bluefield Alliance forces, who were miles from any reinforcement, with Augur being out of commission, until the timely intervention of House Fishborn, who demanded the two sides come to a peace while on his land. A deal was brokered, although for his betrayal of the Empire, as well as the circulating rumors of his monster heritage, it was likely the Fishborn's noble title would have been stripped. So the Fishborn house went into hiding, quite literally, as their castle literally vanished with them inside and hasn't been seen since. The Empress now watches over ground herself, and General Vanessa Vane was forced to retreat and has not made contact with Gaheris since then. The Empire emerged victorious this time, although Adam assured that there was no bloodshed for it. Even still, with 2 victories under their belt, the tide seems to be turning in the common folk's favor, and morale is increasing among the troops. Meanwhile, the Treaty of Jor expires, but with the Empress and her armies watching over the proceedings, and the underling fleet still trapped and unable to leave the shores of Jor, as the freezing winter is only getting worse. At this point, it has begun creeping into ground and is actually close to reaching the northern coast of the lake. At this point, most of the lake is frozen solid. The entire desert is a tundra, and everything is freezing at this point. If there was any intention of betrayal on either side of the treaty, they are wise enough not to act on it, with the underling fleet and the Emelian army both still present in full force. Jor is abandoned, and the Empire's foothold on the lake is lost, as the Bluefield Alliance takes the coastal town for themselves. As the dust settles from territories changing hands, are any of you maintaining any kind of contact or presence in Jor?
I think Gaheris probably would stop in to make sure things are going well every now and then. But also because Gaheris is going to be slowly and quietly recruiting craftsmen and tradesmen from both sides. Like, not just the people. He'd be catching the people that were
Bluefield
leaving
and common folk both.
Catching the people that are moving in. People that are probably not affiliated with either army to move into the Silver Sanctum.
Okay.
But I have one other thing I'd be doing.
Go for it.
During this time, I grabbed all of the dragon eggs and contacted a specialty wizard, a chronomancer.
Chronomancers?
Yeah,
and
I paid extra, by the way. I paid a lot extra to ensure that this is going to be, handled with the most deliberate and careful care.
Okay. You have placed an order for a contracted chronomancer. Chronomancers are hard to find. They're an elusive lot and very powerful and expensive. But you managed to get a hold of some, and they are on their way to Mazai to see to it. It won't take them too long to arrive, just while you're waiting.
I would send Tails to get them.
Yeah, they can bend time and space. They're chronomancers.
Yeah.
They can bend time. They can't bend space.
Yeah. Which is why we have Tails. I would send Tails to go get them.
Okay.
Be like,
noted.
Hey, just tell me where you are. We've got a guy. We know a guy.
Okay. before anything else, Israel, over the past month, what have you been doing?
I think that she has probably been helping make the Silver Sanctum more sustainable as just a place to live. So making sure that they could grow sufficient amounts either within or immediately above in the areas on essentially the coast to hunt and stuff. Particularly that area of the coast that might have held the Hydra. I think it was a Hydra.
The priest, right? Or do you mean the Hydra in the Kipling jungle?
Yeah, the Hydra in the Kipling jungle that I think was actually fairly close to the Silver Sanctum. They spotted signs, I guess, of it. She would probably be organizing the hunt to get rid of that thing so that they could forage and hunt in that area of the jungle.
Okay.
Without, the Hydra just killing everything around it.
That's fair.
Both by virtue of its weird, gross aura, and also because it's a Hydra and eats a lot of things.
Fair.
So
okay.
That's, I think, what she'd do. She may not get a reward for it now that the Emelian Empress is left, but she needed to get rid of it anyway. So.
Okay. Utaka, what have you been doing?
Well, I have a couple questions. The buildings down here, are they made almost entirely of metal or of stone or what?
There is some metal laid into them as well as stone. It appears to be a sort of a mixture of the two.
Okay. Then I would like to, over the course of a couple weeks and a lot of spell slots, I would like to stone shape one of the I guess there are the skyscrapers, but then are there any decently sized buildings that are maybe only a couple stories tall?
Oh, yeah. Most of them are towards the basically the buildings get taller the closer to the center where the factory is. You get, but yeah, there's plenty of smaller ones towards the outside. Typically used for things like storage or what appears like they would have been used as barracks at one point.
Okay, I want to take over one of those barracks then.
Okay.
And I would like to stone shape pillars and archways and contort them into shapes of waves and tempests and plagues of locusts and such. Make a bit of a temple to my gods here. I would like to hallow the land that this place sits on. And I would also like to designate it as a sanctuary with word of recall.
Okay. Griaz, what will you be doing? I'm going to go over everyone's flavor once everyone's said what they're going to do. So.
Yeah. Well, to go back a month, Griaz is going to make his Thieves Guild run with Utaka.
Okay, and what were you two planning to do?
He's going to get his tattoo.
Okay. Do you want to get a magical one or just a regular one?
He is getting a magical tattoo. So basically, what Griaz is hoping to happen is Tails will just drop them like an alleyway, something like that, somewhere where the Thieves Guild is, and Griaz is basically just gonna smack two burning hands on the side of this alleyway and go, "What up, motherfuckers? I want a goddamn tattoo."
All right. Okay.
And then he's looking to use his particular clout as the burning hand. Hopefully that word has gotten around. And he will be getting a ghost step tattoo. So at this point now, a month in the future, basically the visible skin parts that aren't covered in fur, like parts of his face, his knuckles, actually have almost like these spectral type of tattoos on them.
Very cool.
All right. And
also to specify, I didn't say this with Israel's thing because I forgot. She was using plant growth, so she cast it over 8 hours and would enrich the various places.
I assume so, but
Okay.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
All right,
I
and
think Griaz might help with the plant growth as well. And I think what the other thing he's going to do is he's going to be using speak to plants to try to just get the scuttlebutt that's out there. Plants talk to other plants, so if he's talking to the ones that are kind of on the vestiges of their area, just be like, hey, shout out if you see an invading army.
okay. All right.
Towards the end of the time, after I've designated that sanctum, I would like to do one other thing if Tails would transport me somewhere.
All right. Let me see what Ivron's going to do, and then we'll get back to you. Ivron, what will you be doing over the course of this the month?
Ron will be doing several things, never having idle hands. They are the devil's plaything after all. First and foremost, get to train Lauren. Been doing that, but reiterating that that's still a thing. Number two, I would say he's trying to broker alliances with anyone that he can. I think the Sultanate is probably the closest, so he might go there first.
Yes.
Try to reach out through the connections with the Bluefield Alliance to Lady Onvile. And now that the Empress is so close as well, he might try his hand there, but that might be all the more risky. And then I would say he's going to pray to Andraste, specifically with the help of the tome, as well as if there are any files or records within this facility mentioning or speaking of her and her lore and the cult that might have surrounded her during that time. He'll gladly try to use that as well.
Okay. We'll come back to you. So, Harris, you make frequent return trips to the surface, quietly hiring secluded or neutral tradesmen and craftsmen, skilled laborers to help make the society you're building in the Silver Sanctum more sustainable. Israel and Griaz, the two of you, when you're not preoccupied with other matters, attend to helping create consistent agriculture, which, given the sort of biodome nature of this structure, actually goes smoother than you expected. Israel, you do at one point join Gaheris for a surface trip, the most recent one where we'll be picking up, where you are going to hunt down that Hydra along with a small team from the Silver Sanctum. Meanwhile, Griaz, your Thieves Guild run is successful, and they do give you the discounted price I had sent you between A, your reputation is indeed beginning to spread, B, the fact that you saved the city from a dragon and from the underling invasion, and C, you've dealt favorably with them in the past, so they're willing to charge you a more fair price than what they normally would. And Ivron, you train Lauren, who is a little uncooperative, but does begin to obey and listen. And busy yourself with reading and trying to broker alliances. And Utaka, you said you had a final thing you wanted to do vis-a-vis Tails. And much as often happens, and much as is often the case with the divination wizard, the moment the thought crosses your mind, like, oh, hey, I need Tails for something, just what can I help you with?
I can actually jump in real quick.
Oh.
If Utaka comes along, Griaz will offer to buy Utaka a tattoo as well. Want a tattoo, bud?
Fuck yes, I want a fucking tattoo.
All right, I'll
It's really
pay
unfortunate that I don't have an attunement slot, although I have no idea what that means. But
You
I will
know what?
totally take some mundane tattoos.
I actually weirdly know what you do mean. So there are several tattoos which do not require an attunement slot. Might I cast your attention to? Let me actually look these up so I don't just blow smoke up your skirt. Don't. That didn't pull up what I was looking for.
I am wearing pants.
Yep, it's a turn of phrase.
Oh.
Yep. Let's see. There's the. Why don't they just call them tattoos? One of them is claw something.
I think that one is attunement.
It might be.
Eldritch Claw. I think the only one that isn't are Spell Rot, which are basically a spell scroll.
Yep. I do have some homebrew ones that don't require attunement, though.
Hey, I will take one of those.
Any idea of what sort of thing? There's ones
I don't
that.
know what your homebrew ones are.
Let me say them. There are ones that give you minor buffs to each stat, like individually, like you can pick a stat you want to raise. There are ones that can grant you certain proficiencies, and ones that can let you cast like low-level spells and cantrips.
I will.
And is more than willing to negotiate a peace with the enemies. And Utaka, do you want to go ahead and do your thing before we? Again, I know we're kind of doing things in a weird order, but not. It's a little tricky with everything going on. So that being said, what did you want to do, Utaka?
I'll like whip around at Tails. How do you know I just finished? What do you think? And he's gonna like gesture around the new sanctum.
Excellently crafted. If I didn't know any better, I would speculate that this had been here the whole time. Excellently done.
I have been working really hard at it, which is like something I don't usually say, and honestly something I don't usually do. But yeah, if you like look at the corner back there, that was like where I started. It's not great.
I think it has a charm to it. Rustic. You did well. Congratulations, Utaka.
Thanks.
I'm sure your gods are proud.
Sure.
What did you need from me?
I mean, you know.
Yes, but you know the drill at this point.
Okay, then I guess we should go find Regina.
All right. He, rather than teleporting you, actually just gestures for you to follow behind him. Is there anything you wish to say to him on the way, or just follow him until you get to Regina?
No, I'll just follow.
Okay. Yeah, Harris. As you're making one of your surface trips and are basically putting the finishing touches on sending for those the requested chronomancers, who, yes, will be arriving basically instantaneously to attend to your dragon eggs, and you're basically just getting geared up to it had taken some time as Cleo needed to get the dragon eggs transported here and then made sure they were safely incubating before doing this. Otherwise, it would be a quite literal waste of time. So that's why it took some time to actually get it this far. But as you've sent out essentially the call to get chronomancers contracted to it, with basically instructions that if they accept, that a wizard will be by to pick them up. As you're stepping out, the courier, a relatively unassuming looking human man, dressed in a very thick leather coat, as again, at this point, snow is basically constantly falling on Jor, with long black hair, looks actually somewhat similar to Ivron, but a more like kind of rustic handsomeness than his like divine handsomeness. You're Garrus Blackmont, right? Lord of the Baradel?
That is correct. I'm Gaius Nervos Blackmont. And who do I have the delight of speaking to?
Not me. He reaches into his coat and holds a letter out to you. This came for you some time ago. He kind of awkwardly adjusts, but holds it out to you.
Does it have a seal on it?
Indeed it does. The seal of the Hell Knights.
So
they said it was urgent.
That is wonderful. Thank you so much for delivering this. One moment, and I'm gonna cast Identify on this scroll to see if there are any spells placed on it.
No, Identify does not reveal any spells. Just to double check, Identify doesn't reveal curses, right?
Let me just, I'll read you out Identify because you can. You choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it's a magic item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use, how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. If instead you touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it. So if someone was cursed by, like, the spell Bestow Curse, I would know, hey, this person's being affected by the Bestow Curse.
Okay.
But if the spell was made and has the properties of, as soon as someone reads this, it will curse you, I would probably know it.
All right. No magic on the letter.
Wonderful. Then I will make sure that there are allies around me. Well, like, I'm sure I didn't travel alone. I'm sure I always have, like, either Billy or Titanus or one of the adventurers with me.
Okay.
Kind of hovering, because we're kind of being incognito, but I think that it'd be dumb to just walk around alone.
No, that's fair. Okay.
So I will
Noted.
read it with them, like, being around, and I'll just kind of give them, like, a nod of, like, just in case, be ready.
I'll say you brought Titanus with you this time, who just nods and not making a big display as you're just in the courier's office, but he does keep a hand up, like on the crossbow slung over his back as you unfurl the letter. It's a about medium-sized one. However, the handwriting is one you recognize. Geheres and Ivron Blackmont. My friends, you know I think of you as family. And it is with that warmth, love, and trust that I send this letter in the hands of a squire I know you know. I cannot trust the letter to reach you by any other means without risking compromise for reasons detailed herein. Magasin Bete La Prince de Villeneuve was found dead in their cell a week ago at the time of writing this letter, murdered by the traitor in the GSIA, who has now been identified from their sabotage of the Nightmare Portal as a Leon Kier sympathetic to the Bluefield Alliance. But this goes beyond threatening my children and my people. This is a direct circumvention of the Goldshine Supernatural Investigation Agency's objective and authority. It's clear to me that the GSIA is no longer safe for you and your team, and I implore all of you to please come to Amelia City. Soon the order will be sent out for all field teams to return to Veilbright to aid in locating the traitor, but our order does not intend to sit idly by while the traitor among them seems intent on sabotaging them and killing others. I convinced Detective Meester to delay the order until I could prepare for your arrival and secure Amelia City against any possible incursions from our enemy. She knows as well as we all the seeing eye of our enemy, especially when they may be looking over our very shoulders. She has been informed to not expect your arrival in Veilbright and has given her confidence that you and your team are to be considered trustworthy for the time being. If I am as sincere as I risk being in a letter that may be intercepted by our enemy, I have my suspicions, a list of suspects, and I want to discuss these possibilities with you in person rather than risk our enemies spying on us. I hope to see you in Amelia City soon, my boys, safe and sound. And remember, as of now, all persons are to be considered potential suspects. Anyone who knew about Villeneuve's imprisonment is on top of that list, and I suspect this goes far beyond simple cult association and abilities. Be careful, look over your shoulders, and be cautious to whom you speak. Yours faithfully and always, Lord Euron Els.
Geheris reads it, then rereads it once, then goes, does nobody fucking cast Sending anymore? And then, since we're in the courier's office, I'm going to pull out a pen and paper, and I'll, like, pull out my signet ring, and, of the Baradels, and write a reply that says, you can count on it, we are coming. please, stay alive until we get there. There must be traitors everywhere. You never know what other people know. I will take your advice to heart that we can trust no one. Truly. No one. We will be there soon. Please divert. What was the team, the Goldshine team that we sent out to the other one that was like Blossom, Itzley, and Renard?
Let me double check. I have it written down. That was field team Blossom. Field team B.
Please send field team B to Jor. Fairly certain of red site activity here. If we're leaving, we don't want them to retake ground. Not the place.
Like the metaphorical
The
ground.
metaphor, yeah.
It's not capitalized, he'll get it.
Yeah. Everon and I will see you soon. Best of luck. Stamp. Roll it up. Send it out.
And as the courier takes it, do you want me to send it with the same messenger who brought it in?
Who was the messenger? Are they in here?
No, they're in town for the moment. Said that they would have preferred to give it to you in person, but I said that it was policy that the couriers hold on to it for the time being. But he should still be in town. Elvish boy.
That must be Samuel. Please, escort me to some.
I don't exactly know his daily routine, but I know he's been
I'm
frequenting
the tavern.
Of course. Not much of a drinker, though. More of a fight starter.
That sounds about right. I will head out with Titanus and head to the tavern. I have a sending stone now, so I'm gonna send Utaka for once. Hi, Utaka. Remember that pissy elf? Wanna cause trouble? Also sent a letter to Joran. He wants us to visit. Said, be there soon. I don't have enough for K-Bye, so thanks.
Okay, response. He sounds like really excited. It's been so long since I've gotten one of these. Oh my god. Hi! It's Utaka. You figured that out. I will tell people, fuck him. Also, fuck that elf. Thanks.
And then I'll go to the tavern. I from that message, I have no understanding if Utaka intends to show up. So I'm like, okay, he must be busy. So I'm just gonna continue with the tavern. And let's see here. I think at this point, I have no way to get in touch with Ivron, so instead, I'm just gonna go to the tavern. Yeah, no, I'm gonna straight up go to the tavern.
People.
Huh?
I told you I would tell people.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
The group.
But I don't want Samuel to leave.
Yeah.
So I will summon Naden with his new shiny hooves. And in that month, I assume we probably would have cast that spell. So I think Naden now has these demonic infernal wings as well.
Yeah, almost like a Threstral's like bat wings.
Yeah. And I'm just gonna like park him right outside by like the troughs, right outside the tavern. I'm just gonna walk in. I'm not wearing my black armor, so I'm probably not as scary or intimidating as last time I walked in, because I'm wearing the armor of the Barodels, which matches Ivron. Jeremy, have you described your armor yet, or drafted up? I like to think it's bone white. this like bone white armor that almost the only dark parts of the armor are like gaps where like the rib cage are. And I think that within the armor itself, it's mostly just solid plate. Nothing too fancy, despite it being magical.
Yeah, the Barrowayne are simple people.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't got time for intricacies and.
Yeah. They don't want people just going out of their way to target people with, like, interesting-looking armor. They're just like, if you look like every other soldier, no one's going to target you.
They're a warrior people. They gotta embellish it with gold and jewels and whatnot.
Yeah, no need for ceremony. That's fair. Okay.
I like it.
Garrus, donned in the bone white armor of the Barodels, who use this unique smithing method not typically seen, only seen in a few places around the world, where they infuse bone into steel, which toughens both. You make your way to the dwarf run inn that the party had been staying at during their stay in Jor. The courier kind of trudging through the snow to keep up with you, and Titanus, for his part, just shoveling through powerfully. And the townspeople aren't necessarily completely unintimidated by you, but at this point, the fearful intimidation has given way to more than intimidation you get when you're confronted with a celebrity like, wow. Since at this point you're well known, although you do indeed get more than a few comments about them being glad that you got resurrected.
The news of my death was strongly exaggerated.
And that gets a few laughs out of people. They still completely buy the story that you were killed by the dragon and resurrected.
Yeah. I definitely play it up. I'm definitely like, well, it breathed fire while I was in its throat trying to, slash through.
Yeah, that
really
gets a bunch of like,
woo! Yeah. But I'm going to just go straight in. As we get to the door, I'm going to look to Titanus. Titanus.
Yeah, boss.
Samuel... You remember Samuel, right?
Annoying kid, elf.
Yes. If he exits this tavern without me, please put a quarrel right in between his skull and his neck. And then I'm going to walk in.
As you walk in, you take a look around. You see the usual fare. People at this point are frequenting the tavern far more often than they normally would, not even for just food and drink, but just to get out of the snow. Although, again, Jor at this point has been largely abandoned. The only people who are still here are people who just are stubbornly staying, those who have businesses to run and can't leave. In the case of the dwarf, you suspect their children might just be too young and the trip might be legitimately dangerous for them to go to ground. And at this point, most of the population actually living here is monster folk from the Bluefield Alliance. So while you do still see the occasional dwarf, human, and elf, you see mostly orcs and goblins and underlings and all sorts of nasty creatures milling about. And sitting at the bar, you see wreathed in chainmail with a familiar set of quivers attached to their shins, the hunched over a drink form of Samuel Hjorin, the elvish squire who had been tampering with you in Ivron's attempts to contact the Hell Knights.
So, I walk over towards the... Is there like an empty seat next to him?
Yeah, you notice everyone's kind of giving him a wide berth.
Wonderful, wonderful. So, I take a seat right next to him. Hello, Samuel.
Fuck.
What seems to be the matter? Cat got your tongue?
I wouldn't have stayed in town unless I had orders. I had to make sure I got a response from you before making my way back.
How interesting. You see, I was under the belief that all the letters that went through you didn't make it back.
Make an intimidation check.
I'd love to. Would you say this is at advantage?
I'm gonna say no.
That's fair. That's a 13 plus 5 for 18.
He kind of looks away from you and... So what if they didn't?
Well, you did save me and my brother quite a lot of trouble, really. But, downside, you've also guaranteed that quite a few Hell Knights are going to die or have died because of your stupidity.
You two are breaking the oath.
Am I?
He takes a breath, seeming to try and kind of like gather his confidence before finally actually turning to look at you directly. And yeah, you did.
Well then, why don't we take this outside? If I am so against the creed, then surely it's within your rights to challenge me to a duel to the death, for the sake of the honor of the Hell Knights. Unless, of course, I am still favored and still hold all the capabilities of a Hell Knight.
Make a persuasion check.
Alright, that is a 19 plus 10. That's a 29.
And he rolled a nat 1 to resist it. Yeah.
We love it.
I'd like to wipe that smug look off your face.
And I have very little time left in this world for idiots.
And then once I've wiped your sorry butt through the snow, I'm going to find wherever it is you and your crew are hiding out. I'm going to kill Tenniel and Regina myself.
Oh. Well, I will walk him outside so that my friend doesn't just shoot him in the head and just end this. So I will walk him outside. I will tell the tavern keeper, like, the Hell Knights are pretty well known, so I definitely would be like, tell the sheriff or, whoever is in charge that this is a Hell Knight dispute, not to get involved.
Which the dwarf kind of gives you a nod and yells to have some of their older children spread the word. And you can see people are already starting to get attention. It's from what you've gathered, Samuel's made a bit of an unpopular ass of himself in the town over the past few days. And as you start heading out, you can see Titanus just silently raise an eyebrow. And as the two of you start trudging through the snow out onto the street, the courier kind of whispers to Titanus, presumably asking what's going on. And Titanus kind of quietly fills him in. And you can visibly see the courier go
Yeah.
Question, is Israel here? I think you said that.
You are in the area. Would you have made a pit stop in town before heading into the jungle or just gone straight in?
I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, you're probably nearby. Maybe you were probably handling the shopping because Gaharis has a whole whopping 0 GP in his pocket right now.
Exactly.
So yeah, we can say you were. Yeah, so we can say you were in the area doing a supply run. That's fine.
Oh,
so,
you definitely hear people being like, "Oh my God, there's 2 Hell Knights fighting!"
All right, yeah, she's gonna investigate that.
Yeah, and you see your betrothed, your fiance, squaring up with a very familiar, scrawny-looking elven boy wielding.
Oh yeah,
crossbows.
she's immediately gonna climb up to the highest point she can get in this crowd. She will climb on someone's cart. She will climb on a fence. She might say, "Excuse me," as she uses someone's shoulder to get up. And then she is going to scream, "Kick his ass!"
And you can notice a few orcs and goblins in the crowd, "Yeah, kick his ass! Yeah, get him!" And Gaharis, already a crowd is building up, and you notice almost unanimously nobody is supporting Samuel.
So I will, on a scale of 1 to 10, like, how resolute is Samuel right now? Like, seeing this, is Samuel like, oh shit, I have dug way too deep, and there's no way out.
I'm gonna say, given that he rolled a nat 1 on resisting his anger issues, he looks completely confident. He fully thinks he's about to wipe the floor with you, give you what you deserve. You're gonna become an oath breaker, and he's gonna be Joran Elsa's favorite boy. And he's gonna go down into Liberty and kick Ivron's ass, and then he's gonna kick Utaka's ass, and then he's gonna kick Israel's ass, and he's gonna kick Griaz's ass.
Wow. All right.
Delusional boy. She'll run in there herself.
And he is like a young elf, but an adult by standards, right?
He is an adult, yes.
Okay. Wanted to clarify.
No, he's young, but he is actually an adult.
He's just an asshole.
He's
is what it is. A racist asshole, and we don't tolerate that here. So.
He's just 120 years old, fresh out of school.
So I'm gonna stab my blade of nightmare into the ground. And I'm going to draw my non-magical silvered sword. And I'm going to basically say out loud to Samuel, now, we should be on even footing. I would hate to put you at a disadvantage. I hope you find that all right. It is not because I don't respect you. It is but that we should be facing as equals, after all.
You can see his hands already going for his crossbows and just, what'd you have in mind?
Well, we could do blades, or if you want to shoot your bows, I suppose you'll probably get 2 shots off before I get to you. After that, it probably won't really matter, will it? So the real question is, are you going to kill me before I reach you? Or am I going to deliver the most unpleasant of days and experiences to you? After all, my sword does hunger.
Is this a duel to the death?
You tell me.
He runs a finger along the business end of the crossbows, and unlike you, I follow the oath, and it says that we have to squash evil wherever we find it. So, yeah. And his fingers wrap around the trigger to the death.
Wonderful. You know, I should tell you. Actually, there's a huge crowd. I'm not going to tell you. That would be a big reveal for too many people. All right then. And I'll unsling my shield. Draw my silvered sword. And I guess initiative? How do you want to do this?
We'll come back to you.
Thanks.
So, Gaharis, as you make to duel Samuel Hiorin, which I will say is a minor correction in case this does affect what you want to do. I was double checking my notes, and while he is like a young adult, he is like technically speaking still a kid because he's a squire. So like he's not like a child, but he is like he's in the like kind of 16,
late
17
adolescence.
range.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to kill him. So
no, yeah, I just figured just in case it affected your decision making, because I realized like, oh wait, like I should have been more clear about that.
Oh no. I
just wanted to specify.
Yeah, no. I have no intention of killing Samuel. I have bigger and better plans. You got to tear people down before you build them up.
Indeed. Avron. What sort of meeting do you want to attempt to negotiate between Lady Unvile of the Bluefield Alliance, the Sultan of the Bobwin Sultanate, and potentially the Empress of the Emelian Empire?
I mean, what would be the premise of the meeting?
Yeah, like essentially where do you want them to meet? And like, is there any specifics of how you're negotiating it? Anything I should know, like going into you trying to set up this meeting?
I think if they're going to meet in some place secure, maybe the castle overlooking Jor. That should be an easy enough place for everyone to reach, maybe.
Okay.
Um,
And do you want to request the Empress to attend as well?
yes, I mean, Ivron would send out message and with good vibes. So if she accepts, the premise of the meeting mainly being to broker a peace agreement and to reveal not everything, but that Lord Jornell seems to be the one manipulating, and they have found information confirming that. He'll probably. I don't want to say he's going to give away like Mistra or specific names that might have come up before with their speculations, but as far as the actual notes of Lord Jornell saying this is my plan, I think he would bring about.
Okay. Sending a message to Lady Onvile, the Sultan of Babwa, and the Empress of the Emilian Empire. You attempt to negotiate for them to come to Jor, meet in the castle, which has been recently, not reclaimed by the royal family. The royal family has been reunited. Meeting in the castle of Jor, and attempting to negotiate with them if not a peace, a ceasefire to turn their attention to the real enemy. That being said, roll me a persuasion check.
That's a 29.
You send out these letters sometime before, like a bit into the time skip, which gives enough time for responses to arrive. 1, 2. All 3 do agree to your terms. They will meet in Jor from the time of the time skip ending about a week and a half. Give enough time for them to actually get there, and you will attempt to broker a peace between the Bluefield Alliance, the Emilian Empire, and the Bobwin Sultanate, which means that if you are successful in this endeavor, it would pretty much just be the Undarian Duchy against the Bluefield Alliance, and everyone else united against the Children of Red Sight. And Griaz, your new Burning Hands tattoos, and may I say, rocking it. Is there anything else in particular you want to take care of as the month time skip is coming up to its end?
I think through his speak with plants, he's really trying to ascertain movements of the Hydra, the lycanthrope. Just he's trying to get like a beat on their surroundings there. I don't think there's going to be too much traveling necessarily, because I think that they're kind of gearing up to retake his swamp. But I didn't say this earlier. He will definitely convey that Brooke is kind of like a double agent for them to the rest of the party, and he'll check in with her from time to time as well. But yeah, other than that, he's going to be testing out his new tattoo. So he does have the ghost step tattoo, which means he can walk through walls and shit now. So yeah. But
And
yeah, I think since Israel mentioned that she was going to be using like plant growth, he'll be using that as well, and he's gonna a ton of new spells. So really just
yeah,
stretching his legs on that.
yeah, new toys. All right. And Utaka, anything? So you were having Tails take you to Regina.
Also, Griaz would also be invited to come along if he wishes.
Yeah. Actually, Matt, I did want to ask: do dinosaurs exist in this world?
Yes, but they do not. While they do not typically live on the surface. They typically live in the Underdark.
Okay. If I could have Tails teleport me to see some dinosaurs just for a minute and then teleport right out.
How do you convey this desire? Well,
Tails,
what's the?
I want to see some large predatory pseudo bird lizards, subterranean pseudo bird lizards. You know what I mean?
Pseudo
I want to see a tyrant lizard.
There are some feathered dragons in the Yavik Underdark.
If they count as beasts, I got a polymorph spell and the urge to see one.
To act as a sort of improvised medical practice. It actually is not too dissimilar to her home back in Pinewood Pines. She kind of perks up a little bit as you enter, Taka, and gives a kind of shy smile and waves to you, Griaz, and to Tails. Well, what can I do for you? What's up?
I know I said a long time ago I wanted you to come with me and do something. And
Right, yeah.
I think we should do that.
Okay.
It's important.
No, I believe you. I'm not really super busy right now. You guys have been doing a good job keeping everyone safe, so yeah. And she puts some of her things to the side and kind of empties her pockets before nervously approaching the three of you. And where are we going?
I think you know. He'll look over to Tails.
Tails gives a low nod and waves their hand. Utaka, where do you request to be taken?
To Vermin Hollow.
All right. Israel, you watch as Gaheris prepares to deliver the beatdown of a lifetime on the sabotaging squire, who seems intent on killing him for his perceived breaking of the Hell Knight Oath. Avron, you attempt to broker a peace between the colonists and natives of this land, to bring them at peace to fight the true enemy that seeks to turn them against each other. Griaz, you and Utaka, along with Tails and Regina, return to Vermin Hollow, the accursed place that you had managed to escape several months ago, in hopes of
Griaz's
forcing...
first time.
Yes, very true.
Oh, this place fucking sucks.
Oh, wow, hate this.
It's a swamp! Utaka thought you would love it here.
Oh, I understood it as something not a swamp. This place is fine.
I mean, to be fair, Vermin Hollow itself isn't a swamp,
No.
but it's below a swamp.
Okay.
It's a temple located inside a swamp.
Yeah, I understood the temple part with the awfulness inside and cannibalism and whatnot. Yeah, okay.
And as the pieces slowly fall into place, that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
How dare you, Matt? We could have hit 6 hours. No, I'm kidding. I'm tired.
Lot of moving pieces in play now.
I know, we had an engagement. Everybody found love. Had love. Something
Hey,
like it.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all I had. Okay. I would like to not do sign-offs first. I'll finish us off. But what I would like to hear from all of my wonderful friends and all my wonderful people here are three things. Who are they? Where can they be found? And what projects are you working on? That's what I want to know.
Okay, hi. Hey, how you doing? Good? Yeah, it's late. I know. You did great. You hung in there. Good for you. I'm Derek Sword. If you want to find me and more of my projects, best place is Twitter at dsword16. Most of my projects are on hold because I am finally moving at the end of the month, and stuff should probably start up, I would say, like mid-March is what I'm shooting for right now. But you can look forward to season 2 of Horizon's Call. You can look forward to potentially more Monster Crush. And in the meantime, there are VODs and podcasts and all that kind of stuff that I have been on before. You can hear my voice, see my face, all that kind of stuff. But in the meantime, besides that stuff, I am here every Friday for obviously Goldshine, where we're no longer Goldshine. Swampy Bugbear Grias, that's me. Every other Tuesday, including this coming Tuesday for Shards of Inarian, where I play another monstrous race. I play a Knoll Ranger Grave Cleric, because I, like several people here, have a multi-classing problem. His name is Verban, and we are coming to the wrap-up of that first season of the campaign. Looking forward to that. Midway through fighting a nasty dragon. That, I believe, is it for me. But I'm always, as always, just so happy to be joined by these lovely folks.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to go. I'm going to steal it, Matt. Hey, everyone. It's me, Kari. I played Israel today, the Fae Pact half-elf warlock. Super exciting. You can find me here every Friday, like always, at roughly our start time. You know when it is. You can also find me here every other Tuesday at the other Anarian campaign, Anarian's Rest, which will not be next week, but the week after, where I play Karis, the Tiefling Wizard, who might do some crazy stuff next time. We don't know. We ended on a pretty killer cliffhanger. It was awesome. You should definitely go watch the next one. Other than that, you can find me playing Guild Wars 2, where I'm playing the new expansion, and you can play with me because my player ID is down there in the chat if you want to hit me up. And yeah, that's it.
I guess I'll go. I was Matt, your DM. I played everyone who wasn't the lovely party, which means, technically speaking, that I had by far the most romance in this episode. If you want to see more of my DMing, where I flirt with the players almost as much, check out my Monday and Tuesday games, streamed on the Odd Tornado Productions Twitch channels and on the YouTube channel if you want to catch up on what you missed. On Mondays, tune in for Under Locks and Keys, featuring a party of globetrotting treasure hunters trying to assemble the artifacts of the gods to unlock what is either a valuable treasure, an apocalyptic curse, or they just discovered possibly the preserved body of a Second Age warlord. They are currently going up against the United Pirates of the World, who are protecting the Spear of Ares. So that's going to be fun. And on Tuesdays, tune in for Of Black Ink and Blue Blood, featuring a party of politicians and nobles from Geharis and Ivron's homeland, trying to unravel a political conspiracy that threatens not only their home, but the entire world, if they can stop threatening themselves and each other long enough to actually fight the enemy. Beyond that, if there's anything I missed, or you just want to see more from me, check out Odd Tornado Productions official on Tumblr to find links to all the other stuff that me and the awesome people I get to work with are shown. This stream and any others that I may be DMing in the future are also featured there if you want to take a look there and keep posted on things in the future. And if you want to see more of this setting and its characters, check out my webcomic Undercommon on Tapas and Webtoon, Undercommon, featuring one of the first goblins to ever become an adventurer.
Hey guys, I am Pharaoh. I play Dutaka, a Water Genasi cleric rogue. You can catch me here on this coming Tuesday, where I will be maybe dying to a dragon. You don't know. I don't know. I'm terrified. You can catch me there as Sinra Starmane, a Leonin paladin warlock who's trying to put herself between the dragon and her friends. Yeah, it's going great. You can find me on Twitter at Ferocious, spelled how it is in the chat. And as far as other projects, none at present, although I am considering some options. Over to you, Jeremy.
Well, thank you, Phil. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeremy, and I have the pleasure of playing Ibron tonight with these lovely folk. You can't find me anywhere but here. I am Graham Cracker's exclusive. I play every Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and I currently have no other projects I'm working. You can find me on social medias under the handle Dane Darkstride. However, don't get your hopes up. There's not a whole lot going on there, as I am a very, very, very busy bee. I hope you all had a wonderful night and enjoyed the episode. We'll now pass it off to our wonderful host.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to turn up the music a little bit because we're going to get sappy. Hey, everyone. My name is Graham, or Graham Crackers. Like many of you, this may be your first time tuning into the channel. So a little bit about us and me. We, at this channel, believe in making memories with friends. Whether those are through TTRPGs, role-playing games, quality moments just hanging out, shooting the shit, or video games. That is what this channel was founded for, is to stand up for being a good friend and being, in many ways, I know if some of you raiders are out there, being a good neighbor. Because we're all stuck here together, so let's make it the best of times, and the best of memories we can look back towards for the rest of our lives. Tonight, I had the absolute delight of playing Gaheris Nervos Blackmont, your Oath of Conquest paladin, and brother to Ivron. However, you can find me a variety of nights here. In fact, here are my following projects. I am actually guest starring on the podcast Roads Uncharted, where I get to play Dawson Sawyer, a grizzled, really unhappy adventurer trainer who may or may not be going into a dungeon where he lost all of his friends a long time ago and wants to go reclaim their bodies. But outside of that, you can find me here every Monday where I play a video game of some sort. But usually it is a role-playing game or MMORPG, which I can play with you, the viewers, and with all of my lovely friends that join me. Outside of that, every Tuesday I DM 2 shows. 2 whole shows. Shards of Anarian and Anarian's Rest, both ending their arc. Sorry about that, folks. Streamlabs has been really upset with me today. It thinks that when I get too sappy that it needs to disconnect. But I'm back.
The tears.
The tears, yeah. Maybe you like seeing me cry. Maybe that makes you cry. Maybe, you just like to have a good time. And so do we. So, because I don't remember what was missed, all I'm going to say is thank you for tuning in, whether it was for 5 minutes, 1 minute, or for the entire time. We come here every week because you all make it something special, and you get to join us in making these memories. If you want to watch past videos, they are on our YouTube, which I have made public, and I will start posting at the end of the streams probably next week. But until next time, I hope you all stay happy, stay healthy. We're all in this together, and until next time, I look forward to seeing you. So, bye for now, and we'll see you soon.